train is rolling into the station. Welcome everybody to Compiler Part 32. Let's make our announcement right away and get it going. Oh, you can't see my announcements. There we go. Compiler Part 32. A little late, sorry. Also, I just typed 32 after saying 33. It is in the morning, and I am late, can you tell? My phone's not on silent. Whoa. Whoa. We'll get there, we'll get there. Alright, first things first. I would like to shout out Snarlfurb for making a donation. We got $10.80 from Snarlfurb. Thank you Thank you so much, Snarlfurb. You're awesome. He left a message and says, I've been following your compiler series as best as I can, as not only is it a hefty, I like that, informative series, I find it so comprehensive and understandable as your personality, voice, and coding style exude such an easy to, and then it's just a period. So I presume he meant easy to understand, based on comprehensive and understandable from before. So thank you, Snarlfurb. Thank you so much. So shout out to our most recent donator, Snarlfurb, for the $10.80. Oh, Nexovex says, hello, Mr. Lins. Sirraide says, yup. What's going on? What's good? Sirraide, we got another thing going on. Sirraide has made the pull request of all pull requests. It is quite incredible. It's honestly hard to handle. It's pretty crazy. Let's take a look at it. Okay, Codegen Overhaul reloaded. So if we look at Fun Compiler, the latest commit is Codegen Overhaul. So I love that the PR is Codegen Overhaul reloaded. As soon as you overhaul something, overhaul it again. That's always the technique. Sirraide says, yeah, it's maybe a bit big, lol. I don't think I mean, this change can't be made incrementally. So I think you did really good. Did you see, I went through on my phone last night while I had some time, and I made some comments. I don't know if you saw them. And they're not necessarily important, but some of them are, because there's a comparison that isn't perfect. Yeah, we compare against MSWin twice in the call convention in codegenplatforms.c twice. Oh, it's hidden conversations. There we go. Sirraide says they weren't there when I checked earlier. That's weird. Yeah, I did them last night. Does pending have what does pending mean? Do I have to hit a button? VMe says smells like C. Sirraide says it seems I still don't know how to use GitHub. Oh, it could be me. Do I have to I have to submit my review. So it's not your fault. It's my fault. Why do I have to submit a review for making comments? I just went through and made comments. They don't come through anymore? That used to happen. You would make a comment in a PR and then they would just go. Sorry, it says, apparently I do know how to use GitHub then. That's good to know, lol. Nextvex, so this evolved into a collaborative project? It's always been one. We've always been accepting PRs. Sirraide says, yeah, that's also how I remember it. Because I would just go through, I'd make a comment and then... But now it's add review comment, see? Oh, they changed it. Actually, it seems we both didn't know how to use GitHub. Lamau. Lol. I don't know how to use GitHub. I wrote these last night on my phone. Wow. So it leaves all of them in like a single thread now. Rip. Rip that 12 hours. No, it's okay. We both got some sleep. It was probably good for both of us. Grammar to Parser Boy says, today I added to my language server new features. Now you can rename types and variables in VS Code. Ooh, that's actually really sweet. That's really cool to hear, Grammar to Parser Boy. It's so cool to hear like how much integration yours has with so many existing tools. It makes me want to write all these things, and then I look at those things and it's like, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. Looking at everything, basically, at the top level, what Sirraide has done is taken all the x86-64 specific code, like we talked about yesterday, and put it in its own place, its own file. And then I love this little summary here. Lander XT says, "Do you, the compiler, the dev?" I don't know what that means, but what's up, Lander XT? It's so good to see you. So good to see you, Grammar de Parsevoid. Thank you all for tuning in. Nexovec, me with the, I missed it, with the amazing rainbow emotes. I gotta show these. Look at this. Waka 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 waka. It smells like sea. Lamau, me, it's so good to have you. Sorry, it says, would you like me to respond to the comments, or are we gonna go over them now? Do whatever you feel like you want to do, but I am just gonna go over the code for for everybody in the stream, and we will end up seeing the comments and mentioning stuff. So if you watch the stream, we will go over them. I love this little summary. The basic idea is that codegen.c calls into functions defined in cogenplatform.c, and those functions dispatch between the different architectures, which is just beautiful. So we have, like, basically what was before just Codegen became Codegen, which feeds into Codegen platforms, right? And these are all a group of functions. And then Codegen platforms basically does a switch case in each one and implements every platform, which means, or calls out to an external file with the platforms. But that means that it's basically as easy as pie. I guess we should probably poll this. Yeah, probably. LanderXT says, you better have compiled every program on your PC from scratch. Oh wait, you use Windows, you can't. It's true. I wish I could. Brainsman says, oh yeah, also at Sirraide, I've got a modern C++ question for you. And Highlands, what's going on, Brainsman? What's good? So basically, we have Codegen, which goes into cogenplatform.c, and then Codegen platform dispatches between the different architectures. So it's like the middle of the nest, and everything is it's a trampoline, and it trampolines us to all the different architectures. It's beautiful. There are a lot of function signatures, and if we want to add more target architectures, we probably should introduce some macros, which is very true. We should do some, like, stringization of the platform, and then just have each of them defined with an empty argument, right? It's very beautiful. Anyway, let's look at what he changed. There's two new C files, which is in Codegen. We have cogenplatforms.c, and then we have the x86-64 implementation in Codegen in its own file, which is beautiful. And I'm pretty sure this is assembly syntax agnostic, so we no longer need all my terrible ideas, right? All of my terrible ideas, he quietly and efficiently just, threw them in the trash where they belong. Because I'm not good at structuring programs. I'm just good at doing things for a long time for no reason, I guess. LenderXT said, if I compiled everything on my PC, I would spend more time compiling than what do I do every day? I mean, I compile almost every program. I've compiled Emacs, I've compiled OBS. You can't Discord. You may be, I don't think you can with Discord. I don't think you can with, I probably could with Brave, but I'm not brave enough, ironically. Windows Terminal is in, I could, but again, I just haven't. Most of the ones I use, obviously games are excluded. So, oh yeah, 2 new files. Sorry, I'm getting so distracted. LanderXT says open source Discord. I think there's a Mumble. I love Mumble. I used it forever. This isn't Mumble. This is Mumble. There we go. See? I really recommend it. Look at this. It's free and open source. It's FOSS. There's a GitHub repo. Ooh. Oh, look at that. Just use CMake and build it yourself. LenderXT says literally everyone is on Discord now, though. Yeah, except for when Discord doesn't work anymore, and then everyone goes, oh, those people that have been working on the free and open source thing, we're just going to use that now. It's like, it's true, though. It's what's going to happen with Windows. Like, didn't entire countries in the eastern side of the world move away from Windows and towards Linux, the free and open source alternative? I'm just saying, it's the future. So we should probably get going. There's a lot to look at. So this PR, if you don't see, there's 10 files changed, and there's 7 commits, and the diff is 2,400 added and 1,000 lines removed. So there's quite a bit to go over. The minor thing, we should always use angle brackets and full paths from the source directory when including. I know that hasn't really been a thing yet, because we've only ever had the source directory, but now that we have multiple directories, that is how I generally do it. We always do angle brackets, and we just never do relative includes. LenderXT says GNU Herd is the real future. I mean, you're not wrong. They're getting close. Effectively, we remove everything from codegen.c because most of codegen.c was just x86-64 codegen. So that's been moved to its own file. That's why all of this is just removed. The register stuff also just moved into Cogen platform and stuff like that. You can see that there's now a new structure called a symbol address, either a global or a local, and there's either a global or a local. I think we could do this with a union. Oh, this is a union. I was like, wait, this could be a union, but this is a union. I thought these were just members for a second. And so yeah, we have a union, error, global, local, and an enum, which declares what type of value to access within the union, which is exactly how our node works. So this is a really beautiful little syntax that fits into the code base really well. Sirraide says it's a tagged union. Exactly. Sirraide says type plus value in a union. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's exactly what we do in our node structure. It's just I love this data structure. I love thinking about it. It's just so cool how a single structure contains like a type and value, and you can do so much complex things with this. It makes me want enumerators and unions in our language, but that's too complicated for now. In your source repo, when you use the auto function return type arrow syntax, where does the symbol you give as a return come from? What? I'm sure Sirraide knows what that is, hopefully. I'm not sure what you mean exactly. Oh, Brainsman with the link, for example, here. Nice. Is that a GitHub link? That is a real GitHub link. I'll click it. What do we got? Ah. Interesting. I would assume it's a macro. Where does tree for loop is defined by one of the AST node macros. Hey, I knew it. I knew it was a macro. That's always, with Sirraide, you know it. Where is the AST node macro? Oh boy. Probably somewhere in node. All hail Sirraide. Lamal, LenderXT. His macro game is very impressive. Okay. So, symbol to address. Before, it was here, wasn't it? It was somewhere here. Yeah, symbol to address. Before, we just had a buffer and we would return a symbol that was somewhere within this buffer, and just using snprintf, right? And effectively, we just kept getting symbols, and we would return either a string that referred to the gas syntax of a global, or a string that was the gas syntax of a local. So it was pretty easy, because there was one syntax, and we didn't have to worry about generalizing it. And Sirraide has done the hard part and actually generalized symbol address with this beautiful new symbol address structure that we just looked at. So local is an int and global is a string. We may even want like local underscore x8664, but I think most locals are going to be an integer. Like even in WASM, locals are all indices into the locals memory. So I think it would be fine. Yeah. And then globals are definitely going to be symbols. Sweet. So this should work still for multiple platforms, which is beautiful how this has changed. I like the new assert macro being used. That way we get release mode asserts. Oh, also something I wanted to bring up is GCC has a new thing. It just got written about today in the Red Hat article. Yeah. So GCC has a new fortification level, and this is actually really pog. So if you don't know fortify source, you could define this as a preprocessor directive in GCC, and it gives you enhanced buffer size detection and better fortification coverage. And that's what they've just introduced level 3 of this. There was previously only 0, 1, and 2, but now there is 3. And it has a bunch of new built-ins that come with it. And it means that it can detect buffer overruns even that look like this. See, Fortify Source 2 would just allow it, but it aborts and says buffer overflow detected, terminated, core dumped. And this is because they're trying to memset into a buffer, which may be buffer 1 or a big enough buffer, but it may be buffer 1, which is not large enough to hold 22 bytes, to set 22 bytes into. So this is very cool, and I think we're going to add this to our CMake and Fortify Source define it to 3. So that when we do finally upgrade to using GCC 12, I have GCC 12 on my machine, I just don't use it. Because, I don't know, I just didn't set it in my path. I probably should. I've built it. I've built GCC 12 like 8 times. But effectively, this would be a great idea. And they fixed a bunch of bugs in glibc, which they found. And it's very cool. Very cool. Sirraide says, Codegen.c shouldn't have to care what architecture we're emitting code for. Exactly. Okay, so I don't think there should be a reference to x86-64 in there. Well, I was just thinking we may need different locals. That was my only thought process there. LanderXT says, why are there only like 2 good C compilers? True. Brainsman says, damn, this AST node macro is pretty fucked up. Lamau. Yeah, that's, you know Sirraide wrote it when there's a macro and it's like, oof, this is over my head. Sirraide says, my defer temp set macros are much worse IMO because they also abuse operator overloading, lol. Oh no. Oh no. LanderXT says, send a letter to Creative Commons. Sirraide, there's also Asan, etc. Address sanitizer? Yeah. There's also that stuff. But GCC, all we have to do is make the preprocessor directive, and they just added a big new update. LanderXT, how big is your monitor? 21 inches? I don't know. Pretty small. I think we should start moving away from struct literals and towards C-style declaration from the member assignment. I don't know what I just read. Declaration then member assignment. Sirraide says, yeah. Nice, address sanitizer. Yeah, we could look into that. So effectively, I think we should, I think we should move towards declaration then member assignment, like we did in the other space. LanderXT says, I'm really using like no space on my 27-inch monitor with 5 programs on my taskbar. Lamau. Sirraide says, if that's what you prefer, then yeah, sure. Yeah, I just think it's going to be a cleaner syntax across the code base. Because I think C lists of statements are more understandable. This is a very C++ thing. Also, maybe refresh the page. I replied to some of the comments. Nice. Sirraide with the quickness. Ooh, how does it work? Oh my god, you replied to like all of them. What do we got? Okay, so should this be while iterator add external call? It seems if we were making codegen.c. Yes, I'm pretty sure there should probably be a while loop now. You're right about that. Nice. Yeah, basically when we were before to set up external functions, we only supported MSWin here because we had it in a switch case for Microsoft Windows. And we added for specifically by omitting specific instructions. But now we can just add external function arg. And since we're calling this in each place, that means we can not here, but since we're calling this in each place, then all we have to do is switch this into a while iterator, and then basically add external function arg. We'll delegate to the different backends, and then the backends will each have their own internal state where they keep track of how many they're going to build, basically a list of function arguments with this function, and then when we finally generate the call somewhere down here. Isn't it? Shouldn't it be right here? It's just not in the comment. But yeah, basically. Oh boy. Is that in codegen.c? Where is that? I lost my place. Whee. Where are we at? Yeah, here it is. And effectively, it is in codegen.c. Nice, Sirraide. But yeah, effectively, right after this, we perform an external call, and this perform external call will use all of these external function arguments that have been added, right? And they will effectively mark and sweep this entire list. We'll use the entire list and then sweep the baby. And we're basically just gonna, not really mark it, but just sweep it out. And we'll basically continually rebuild and destruct this list within this control flow in CodeGen, which I think is just a beautiful, beautiful API in C. Like, it's such a complex API and it's so high level. Everything is becoming so readable. Like, oh, add external function argument. Oh, add an internal function argument. Which also this while iterator. Oh my god, I just hit a button on my mouse. Kill me now. I hit the back button on my mouse. Lamau. But yeah, so this while loop down here is a great example of what it should be up there. We just say while iterator, codegen the expression, add the internal function argument. And then once we have no more arguments, make the function call. Perform internal call. How beautiful. Rurark says, yo, what's up? We are going to have like a pretty complex data structure for an argument that is a function, aren't we? Sirraide, Ruark, how's it going? Thank you so much for tuning in. I very much appreciate it. Sirraide says, C had designated initializers way before C++ though. It's true, it's just not in the style of C. I agree with you. It's completely a semantic thing. It's completely styling, which is a good sign that most of the comments in this are styling. You know what I mean? It's an amazing pull request, and you've done so much work. I very much appreciate it. Sirraide says, I have 12 buttons on my mouse. Happens to me all the time, lol. Oof. Ouch. Yeah, I used to have a mouse like that, and then I realized I didn't use any of them. I barely use the mouse. My hands are just on the keyboard most of the time. I only use the mouse for like aiming in games and shooting in games. And it's like, oh, I need 2 buttons. I don't even need all of them. The scroll is pretty nice too, but I could use a trackball for that, no problem. I really like how codegen function, everything's so readable. Codegen a function, load a global address into this result register. Global address, I like that. So instead of loading a global, we load the address of a global because we have pointers. So every backend are going to have some idea of pointers. All right. All right. Sirraide, I'm curious, what do you use the 12 buttons on your mouse for? Do you use them, or are you like me? Did you have a 12-button mouse and go, I don't use any of these? You just hit them on accident all the time. So here we see the new symbol address. So symbol to address, we saw got changed to returning this new structure. And then we basically say, if there's an error, return it. If it's a global, load a global address. And if it's a local, load a local address of our, so load local address into address local. This is probably, okay, so this returns a register. I see what's going on now. So effectively we get a register back. Also, it's true that we may just want to make this an integer and call it result. Not a bad idea. LenderXT says, no VM guests are running outdated hypervisor QEMU binaries on this host. What? Is that an error message? LenderXT with the random messages, as always. Ruark with the what's up. In case you are curious, we are looking at a pull request made by someone in chat right now, Sirraide, and we are just going through it and for all of the stream and seeing what we did, doing a little code review. But last night I went through and made comments on my phone and found everything that should be addressed, and then I didn't commit the comments because now you have to hit like this little submit review button for your comments to actually work, which I didn't know. I don't know when they changed that. Probably with this new file view, but yeah. Yeah. That means that I did it at the start of the stream, so now we're just going over everything together. LanderXT says, I will forever post random stuff. If you want to know, it's a WSL command line output. Lamau. Okay. Thank you, LenderXT. I appreciate the random stuff. Sirraide says, also allocate plus load global address into should probably be just load global address since that allocates a new register. I see. I see what you're saying. Okay, so getting the address of something, we call these new load address things. In index, we also have to get the memory address of the beginning of the array. We have to figure out the immediate and add it to this. So offset, if needed. And then we have if, which now Codegen's expression. Branch if 0. How beautiful. Yeah, we're going to use this a lot when we make a while loop pretty soon. Codegen expression. Codegen copy register. Okay. I can't wait to look at the header and see what everything we have. Codegen branch. So branch, is this a jump? Effectively, I would assume this is a jump to this label. I'm curious what this takes in as a parameter. Branch is unconditional. Yeah, unconditional jump already. Branch if X is conditional. Already. I like it. Codegen expression instead of actually copy register instead of emitting. So presumably all of these calls have been unchanged and just put behind this little facade so that we can emit different code based on which platform we want to support, right? That's the idea. So effectively each of these, instead of having a million switch cases in this function, we're going to have each of these functions have its own switch case. Sirraide says more or less. Awesome. LanderXT says, I just said okay to my terminal. Lamau, is there mental hospital places available? I mean, I talk to my computer for hours and people like it. So I would say, you're good. Don't go to a mental hospital. You good, fam. I definitely talk to my computer. More Codegen expression. Codegen comparison grew a little more complicated. What is clobber operands? Isn't add, it's destructive. Shouldn't add not clobber operands? It should keep one of them because the result is the same as the left-hand side. Something occurred to me earlier today that concerns the design of the backend. I'll make a comment on the PR. Alrighty. It might take a while to explain that. Alrighty, I do want to merge this bad boy, so you might have to make a... You might want to get to that quickly. No, I'm just kidding. It just... we can't do much work on the Codegen until we merge this bad boy. And I'm excited. But we're going to do a lot of work in typecasting, which is going to require work in Codegen. So we'll see. It's just going to be merged halfway through. You're like, no. I'll just make it a Discord message if you're faster than me, lol. Lamau. But yeah, it seems like add, because it adds into the result register, we can reuse the same result register in Codegen add. So if we free the result register, then it would be a problem. So I'm not sure, what is Codegen clobber operands for? If they're all clobber operands, do we ever preserve? What is this for? I'm curious. We have shift right, shift left. I'm, again, presuming all of this code just moves behind these functions in a switch case on format. I'll elaborate on the clobber thing in the comment, just you wait. Oh boy, I'm excited. I actually am. Just gonna do, I've been streaming for 30 minutes, just gonna do another quick shout out to the latest contributor. We got Snarlferb with the $10.80. Thank you, Snow. I say it every time. Every time. Thank you so much, Snarlferb, for the $10.80 and for your amazing, inspiring message. We read it at the beginning of the stream if you want to hear it. But thank you for our most recent contributor. And shouts out to Snarlferb. And just a big shout out to Sirraide for doing all this work on the compiler. It's pretty sweet. So, allocate. Why is it called allocate? Can we call it allocate? It doesn't matter, but I'm not sure why it's not a complete word. Is allocate like a traditional name? I think I don't even know. Sirraide says allocate. I don't know what it means. LenderXT says, 1 second, let me dig out 1081 to give. Ooh. LenderXT says, or just anything. It's true. Just shouted out the most recent. Lolo. Allocate in C allocates on the stack. Nice. Okay. And LLVM also calls it allocate. Okay, we'll stay in line then. We'll stay in line. No reason to get out. NextVec says allocate is a Unix library function for allocating on stack, I think. That's what I figured. That's what we're doing here. So if it's a name that programmers will understand, then I say we should keep it. Here, during a variable access, we also get the symbol to address and either store a global or a local based on what we get. LenderXT with the image in the Discord. I don't know what that is. Is that, I feel good. I got an A++. That's pretty pog. Is that good? LenderXT says, I think. It's like a half full circle, but it says A++. That's why I'm sketched. It's better than me. Aw, it's not better than you. It's just different. They're just stats. They always give grades to everybody. It's not like they mean anything, bud. I promise. That's really cool, though. I didn't know I got an A++. That's the first A++ I've ever gotten. But thank you so much. It's only thanks to all of you that this is possible. Mostly the YouTube, though. You people who watch live are not actually a large part of it. But it's thanks to all of you, I promise. No, it is mostly you, because you're why I do it. If you guys in the live chat weren't here, I wouldn't be doing this. Or at least I would, but it'd be very boring. I'd be less encouraged to do so. Codegen store. So this presumably is like load and store of assembly, which would mean that store would effectively... Where did it just go? Yeah, so store... Am I an idiot? I feel like I just missed it entirely. Here it is. I am an idiot. Store stores into the address stored in a register. I like the recursiveness of what you just said. Effectively, store, to be put into different words, my own words, I guess I should say. Store will take a value in a register, and instead of putting it into the register, it will put it in the memory address at the register. So it's like a dereference on a register. There's a comment in codegenplatform.h that explains that. Perfect. Yeah, I don't know why they put C then H. It's probably just alphabetical, but I probably should have been smart and looked at the header first. It's easier for me to not know what's going on and to ask questions, though, because I catch more bugs that way. Also, what a roast on changing misshapen. I didn't know I misspelled it. Way to roast me here on my English. Oof. Lamau. Getting rid of magic numbers is probably a great idea. That's right. So last night I commented that we have 1024 here and 1024 here. And if one of these was changed, like if we want to make a bigger buffer, a programmer that's refactoring may miss the actual allocation, and they may actually just see, oh, that's what this is. Also, we don't need this assignment. It doesn't do anything. I didn't mention that in the comment, but we definitely don't need that assignment. The second 1024 should definitely be size of after name buffer. That's just bad code. Yeah, and then you need a comment that this has to be a 1 byte type. Because using size of like this only works if this number is bytes. Equals 0 does do something. Yeah, it's just not needed in this context. That's what I mean. It's just not, that's why it's not needed. It's doing extra stuff. If it didn't do anything, then it wouldn't be a problem, right? We could just leave it and it doesn't matter. But the fact that it I don't think it's needed effectively. Because we already set the end to a null terminator, and the string snprintf will write its own null terminator. So, and it includes this. So this is really just like a sanity check for us. What do we call those now? Can't we not call them sanity checks? They're called like validity checks. That's what it is. So this is just a like validity check for us, like ensure that this is valid. Okay, then we codegen a function prologue. I like how readable this is. It's like create a context, branch to this after name buffer, which if you know any C at all, this is kind of understandable. Like, oh, you have a buffer, you write a string into it, formatted. This is beautiful. And then you branch to it. Beautiful. Sirraide says invariance. I'm not sure what invariant means. This is my stupidity leaking. Not varying. Constant, okay. Unaffected by a designated operation. So like the origin would be an invariant during a linear algebra transformation. Yeah. All right, I get it. What does an invariant have to do with this? Did I miss something? Did I say invariant? I don't even know what's happening anymore. Am I alive? Hello? An invariant is something that's always assumed to be true. Well, by definition, it's something that doesn't change. So if you start it and say, the following are invariantly true, then everything you would say is like constantly true. So effectively, you're saying that I don't know. I'm still missing it. I know how I got closer, but then I lost it again. Invariants. We kind of assume that this label will be okay. It may be smart to like have a label generate and use that here, right? Basically, if some code has invariants, then they must be true before the code is run, while the code is run, and after the code is run. I feel like that's just a rule. It's an invariant. You're basically saying the following statement must be true even if you refactor the code. So it's a specification is a better word than rule. It's a specification. Like when you look at the HTML specification and you learn that like, oh, this tag is actually used this way. And then when implementing, the specification leads the code versus the code leading the specification, which is what more like documentation would be. Are we on the same page? So an invariant is like a statement that is invariant is a technical term used in DSA theory. I'm not the best when it comes to explaining that law. That's fair. LanderXT says, I enjoy watching other people code 8 times the amount I did in half the time. Lamau. It's true, some people code so fast. Sirraide does really code fast. He's been literally keeping up with me on commits, and he is definitely now past me on commits. So this is almost more his compiler than mine at this point. As far as amount of code on who blamed who, on what who wrote what. But yeah, I mentioned I really like how readable the top level code has become, where like it's just so easy to understand all of a sudden. In codegenning a function, it's like set the return value, generate the epilogue. We still have this fprintf here to generate the jump label after everything. So this should probably... Okay, so effectively we're going to need like a codegen generate memory label. And then we're going to have that return a string. I mentioned that in the PR too. Nice. I think you did. You said there's still some gas-specific syntax in there that we need to take out. The assembler directives and labels, exactly, should also be in the backend, as well as the comments. That's correct. That's correct. So as for comments, we should probably have like a codegen comment, or codegen verbose comment, or something like that. LanderXT says, I have nightmares about typing in CMake, make. What? It's so easy. Just be glad that it's not LaTeX. LaTeX is like way worse. Have you tried to use modern LaTeX distributions? It's horrible. It can be okay, and then you try and do something, and it is not okay. It's like, oh yeah, this package downloads an 80 megabyte package, which downloads 4 other 30 megabyte packages. It's like, no! It's Java all over again. Node.js. What happened in the dis? Also for Lens. Most used language is C++. That's from Lenser OS, I guarantee it. C? So an entire text editor is about half the size of an OS, is what I would say, based on this. I like the 1% CMake. Makefile, I'm pretty sure that's only from GNU EFI. I have no other makefiles in any of my repositories. But I definitely wrote all of these. I love that I've wrote more PowerShell than Pascal at this point. For Lenser OS, I made the shell scripts in Shell and PowerShell. LenderXT says, do you have any more languages apart from those? Because that's the limit. I'm pretty sure, does it count HTML and CSS and stuff? I have a couple of websites that are private that I used to have. LenderXT says yes. Okay, so then JavaScript, HTML, CSS, stuff like that. Ruby, Python. Is Python in there? Python's in there. So Ruby, Perl. I haven't done much Ruby. I was into the Natalie programming language, which made me a little bit into Ruby. But it's the syntax is just a little bit rough on me. It's only public repos without a GitHub auth token, though, I think. I see. Yeah, I'll have to do it and see what the numbers are in all the private. See how different it is. That'd be interesting. Contributed to 2. I only remember Meson. What else have I contributed to? Is it Mason? Meson? I always say Meson. Like a Nissan car, but it's Meson. It's not how it's spelled, but it's just how I think about it. So we set the return value. There's a comment about femit optimizing the move away. This comment should probably go next to the femit call, but I understand why it's here. That's just semantics at this point. This is all looking really good, by the way. Amazing refactoring. So instead of switching, see, we did the format gas, call convention, blah, blah, blah. So instead of doing this type of thing here, this has been moved into Codegen context create top level. It seems like, which is pretty cool. That's very cool, actually. Also, we've renamed Codegen program to Codegen. I'm not sure why, but it's probably just to be clear that this is the top level Codegen. I don't mind it. LanderXT says, like, I would have about 50% C++ if the one on my GitHub profile included private. Wait, I just realized why my program was broken. I intentionally wrote a program that does nothing. What? Lamau. Okay, so Codegen, I understand Sirraide. Also, Sirraide earlier said BRB. I didn't mention it. So this has been named Codegen, so we've effectively gained a level of abstraction. We still pass in a program, but now Codegen program is implemented by the actual platform itself, and Codegen is what we call, in the top level code, to just Codegen a type-checked program. We should also probably have type-checked program be like, I don't know, I guess we want to be able to turn off the type checker and not have everything break. That'd be interesting to turn off the type checker to speed up compile times. We have more relative includes. We gotta use angle brackets, but it doesn't matter for now. It's something that can be changed very quickly, and I'm assuming it will be, knowing how Sirraide works. Effectively, register pool. Why have we removed... We've removed type def, which is interesting. Codegen context gains a parent pointer. Didn't it have a parent pointer? It just moved. How does this work? Wait. This is a struct. You can't use a struct like this because this struct hasn't been defined at the time of this. This is an incomplete type. It's only... I think we may need the type def, unless we include some... How do I not select a line? Don't select line, please? No? Okay. No deselecting lines. Okay. Where are we at? Where are we at? So, it seems like... No. Stop. This button doesn't work. Okay, so I can't see the rest of this file. I would like to. This is just all the file. Yeah, this is all the file. This is one. So we include Codegen forward, so that probably has some things that... Interesting. So here, we define all of these type defs. So we create new types in C. These are all forward declared types, and then these are all just enums, it looks like. Calling convention, output format, assembly dialect. This should go below all of these, but it's fine. Binary op mode. I like all the comments. Whether to deallocate left-hand side and right-hand side of arithmetic operation. So we have preserve and clobber operands. Shouldn't we have like preserve left, preserve right, etc.? Are we gonna allocate a new register even on destructive? That'd be so complicated. That'd mean every time we add a number, we get another move. I don't know. I'm still misunderstanding this. Sirraide said there'd be a comment explaining it. I'll trust him in that it makes sense. We have more relative includes, which we gotta fix up. Other than that, should be all okay. Codegen.c says create top level. If gas, if mswin, use mswin. If Linux, use Linux, or panic and say we should. We should use Linux. And that's something I can do very easily. All we got to do is use his fancy macros, I'm pretty sure. Uh, you can see by the comment here, we have two comparisons, and they're both an if and an else if that are both the same comparison. You know, that's not intentional. So this is probably a copy and paste error, especially since it's in two places, right? So yeah, we'll just have to fix those little buggies up. Use the proper call convention in those comparisons, even though they're not supported yet. I know it really doesn't matter, but it'll help in the future and explain what our intention is with the code to any programmers reading it. So here are all the functions that are needed to be implemented by a backend, and here are all the implementations of them actually. So all of these functions, you can see that you just have to add in the backend in the output case effectively, right? And you just pass in the context. How beautiful is that? So effectively, we prepare a call, add external function arg, add internal function arg. What do we have? We have perform external call, perform internal call, cleanup call. This probably, oh yeah, this probably subtracts from the stack everything we push for internal calls and external calls. So we, or pops off the stack, I guess, if we really wanted to. Load global address, load local address, load global address into. Nice, so this takes an existing register. So it's almost like we're just going to have a destination type, which may be a register or maybe something else, right? It seems like this target, we're going to have like a destination type, and that will be what we actually end up passing around to on the top level code gen. That way the backend can deal with registers itself, and it doesn't have to deal with that type of stuff. Okay, that's a good idea. Or we could have like target and with target type and value, or I don't know. I think we'll do a similar tagged union type of thing. Local variable into a register, so load local and load global, that's beautiful. And you can see this just allocates a register and then calls the into. Sirraide says, all right, I'm back. Awesome. What did I miss? Just a little bit. We went over the incorrect comparison. We went over how this is all looking very beautiful, and we're looking at all the things. We got a little confused at Codegen forward, but so I'm curious why these type defs are separated from the actual codegen.c. I'm not sure if I'm correct in this comment. I should probably just reload and see if you responded. We talked about the angle brackets instead of double quotes, always never relative include. And yeah, I think that's it. Not much, you didn't miss much. There's a comment explaining that in the PR. All right, I'll check it out. We were all the way up to load global address into, load local address into, which is looking good. Codegen forward is there to prevent circular header dependencies. Interesting. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good point. That should be in 64T. That way we can just not worry about the different architecture sizes. We want an 8-byte integer. We should probably change that everywhere. Everywhere we refer to integers, instead of using long, we should just use a 8 bytes. That way it's easy. But again, not in the scope of this PR, but I like that you responded. Effectively, this was in load local into, so then we store global. So store a global variable. Store a local variable. I presume these are in Codegen platforms.h. It's interesting that we have comments, documentation comments in the C file. But I get it. I get it. If they're just copied from here, we probably want to remove them. That way we don't have to keep them the same. Yeah, we should probably just not have them in the C file. But it's not something that's important. Yep, the comparison, where were we? Long int. So here we have store, local store, add immediate. Sirraide says, I just like comment. You can remove them if that's what you prefer. I just don't want them to be different. So if someone changes the documentation in the header, they may not change it in the implementation because it's not common. It's not common to have Doxygen comments in the implementation. And then in Doxygen, would this not double up and you'd have duplicate Doxygen? So everything would say free a Codegen context, free a Codegen context. Everything would have it twice because there's multiple documentations of the same thing. I'm pretty sure is how Doxygen would handle that. Again, I don't know why it jumps upwards. It jumps to the top of the file. Sirraide says that's true. Yee, it's just with this triple syntax, we got to be careful. Branch if 0. So basically, if register is 0, branch to label. So this should most definitely be what, like our target type. That's one thing we talked about, is that instead of having register and stuff like that, we should have something like a target, like you named it up here. Or we should have like a destination, and it should be a tagged union. And then it could be a register, for example, or it could be a long int, or it could be a memory structure, which has like source register and offset, or you know what I mean? Like we could have a better destination thing. That way we can pass labels as one thing. So it says that's also an option, yeah. But I'm not saying that's in the scope of this PR, and not saying you should change that. I'm just saying that's something in the future we could do. Just an idea I had looking at this. Branch to a label if a register is 0. Branch to a label. Effectively, what I'm making sure of here, just in case anyone's curious why I'm reading all these so intently, I'm making sure that store global calls store global, load local calls load local, etc. Because it's very easy when doing this type of code to accidentally create a whole new function and then call the wrong function within it that has the same parameters. Or some of these may be variadic, I'm not sure, so it may be easy to do. Sirraide says, I agree that there are too many load store functions. I don't know, I think it's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. We could definitely have like an enum and pass what type of load or store to do, but I don't think that's necessarily something that's better. It's just different, right? That's all styling. Oh, Eternal Wild Fox says, hello, how are you doing? So sorry, Eternal Wild Fox. I've been so intently looking at this code. How's it going, Eternal Wild Fox? You've been working on CMake. Eternal Wild Fox says, oh my god. Yeah, but Sirraide has an amazing pull request that we were just going over now. So nice. Eternal Wild Fox is doing okay. What about you? I'm doing great, actually. I've had a really good morning. Modulo, divide, shift left, shift right, allocate, prologue, epilogue. Looking good. Return value. Entry point. Ooh, how beautiful. This will make it easy to move the entry point. That's actually really nice. Okay. Like I said last night, again, we have the relative include, but we can fix those up easily. Like I said last night, I love how all the functions that are needed for a new platform are declared here. It's just chef's kiss. Like to implement a new Codegen platform, all you have to do is basically copy all of these, add the platform to the end of every one, and then you have them. And we can just create a macro that actually does that by taking in the platform, and then we can just stringize it using the hash or hash operators within macros. Isn't this beautiful? How beautiful. And this is something I just recently learned about, is stringization. Because I'm not a macro heavy person. But yeah, as you can see in Arch x86-64, we basically just go through and implement all of these functions. Well, after all of our helper codegen. Here's the context create. Here's the MSWin free copy return value. Div mod. We got shift, which has left-hand side, right-hand side. Shift which way? Shift left-hand side by right-hand side. Okay, so it depends on which way. Cool. Very cool. Save state before a function call. So we're going to have to look at all these pretty intently. Let's take a look. Sirraide says we can even make it an X macro. That would make sense in this case, I think. I don't know what that means. Eternal Wild Fox says, I think I'm going crazy. CMake has a learning curve, lol. You may just be trying to do too much with CMake. CMake is just a build system generator. It's not meant to download everything and do everything for you. You know what I mean? X macro. This doesn't help. I still don't get it. You're gonna have to explain it. LanderXT says no, you can do everything with CMake. LanderXT is true, but one of the things you should do with CMake is call shell scripts that you have written. Okay, you shouldn't do everything in CMake. You should call shell scripts. Example 2 with X macros argument. See, I understand this. This is easy. This is like your for every not here. This is like your for every register macro. I understand this one. I actually can wrap my head around it. Where'd it go? It's probably in the header. Yeah. So for all registers, you call a function f with this signature. Sirraide says, yeah, this is what I meant. Okay, this I understand. So this is not complicated to me because in Lisp, this is very common, where you pass a function as an argument and then you call that function, you apply the function with the given arguments. Sirraide says, more or less at least. How does the one work without a parameter? So you just call x even though x is defined. Okay, I get it now. So instead of int name, okay, that's confusing, but it's fine. It's fine. But yeah, I'm starting to understand what an X macro is. So X is just a preprocessor directive that you set to a function or some code, and then the macro will apply X to a given value a bunch of times. Eternal Wild Fox is mad at CMake. CMake error at cmakeinstall.cmake. File cannot create directory. F programming workspace C++ CMake project 16 out SDL build semicolon. You're trying to create multiple directories as one. The semicolons are, I'm pretty sure, not supposed to be a part of the path. That'll definitely break things. Unless it's trying to make multiple, in which case you might need to split it into multiple calls to the make directory. Eternal Wild Fox. I don't know. It's just, that's definitely not a valid path that you pasted in the error message. It makes sense that that shouldn't be able to be created. And with /lib at the end, so with that /lib at the end, it seems like it's going to just... Eternal Wild Fox says, it is weird though. You're definitely just trying to do too much with CMake. I promise. Just back up for a few days. It'll be easier. CMake args -cmake install prefix path CMake binary dir /sdl install. What? I've never seen that syntax. So what is CMake args? Is that just the arguments you're passing to CMake? -d CMake install prefix path is equal to $CMake binary dir /sdl install. What is CMake binary dir? Isn't that like where your executable ends up? I've never seen binary dir. I don't use that. Sirraide says, I added another comment on the PR. Nice. But yeah, so like for every register, I understand this. You can get the register, all of its names, and call some function with this signature on all of these functions. Which is beautiful, by the way, how you did that. I'm not that smart when it comes to this type of thing. Sirraide says, maybe you want to read that first, since that explains the reasoning behind the clobber operands. Alrighty. But yeah, so all of the functions, as you can see, are just the same with x86-64 on the end, the same as platforms.h, which is beautiful. And the implementation is very complicated. There's a bunch of very cool optimizations, and I no longer understand this code, so it's going to be horrible for me to start adding things like a while loop to it, but it'll be fun. I'll learn. It'll be much fun. I understand the emit syntax that we started, but from here it gets sketchy. I understand all this. It gets difficult when it comes to like the static building up jump tables and building up things like that. Sirraide says, it's not that bad, I swear. If you have to say it's not that bad, it is that bad. We all know that. Like, what is this? I just don't understand what this is and why. I understand that we can have J followed by all of these, but why do they need to be in an array? And why do they have to be mapped to a jump type? Why can't we just, like, I understand these are now an index within this array, right? It just seems odd to... I've never written code like this. Everyone tells me, do not do this. But this is actually how you get the fastest code. It's just hard to understand. Like, okay, so this is an index into this array that we'll use based on what type of jump type we want. That's just so we don't have 30 different jump instructions. It's arguable that 30 different jump instructions are simpler to understand than this, though. I get what you're getting at, though. This way we just have to have jump. Also, I really like this little syntax here, where you say like, oh, it takes in a register, an immediate, and a register. And the pipe operator here, not the operator, but the pipe symbol here, separates the left and right operands for the different things. So if it's one operand, then it goes into a single. There's no pipe separating them, and there's a comma. It's beautiful. Sirraide says JCC, actually, jump is always unconditional. There you go. JCC. I forget that's how they do it, like with setCC and JCC and stuff. Where is JCC? It's right next to it. I just missed it. Lol. So we have shift left, which is just equal to arithmetic left. We have arithmetic right and shift right. Sirraide says that's maybe a bit questionable too, now that I think about it. setCC, it's fine. Or whether jump is always conditional. It's unconditional, sorry. So we have instruction, mnemonic, we have types of instruction operands, we did this. I really like the documentation you've added for all of these, that's actually really helpful. LanderXT says, I finally managed to compare a string properly. Hey, string compare equals 0. LanderXT says, I love coming back to low-level programming after Python. Lamau. Hopefully our language will be just like Python, but with less whitespace rules. And low level. How about that? No, it'll be nothing like Python. So for the instruction mnemonic, it seems like we either get the cross-platform, like cross-syntax is what I should say. These are all for different assembly syntaxes. So the ones that are the same go here, then we switch on the dialect and change it here. Coolness. LanderXT says, the only priority for Python is syntax. Yuck. Rurark says, alright, I'm back. Had to play Trackmania COTD with friends. That sounds fun. Having friends. That's something I've never done before. So we have all of our emit, immediate to register, immediate to immediate. I'm going to assume all these are fairly correct. So immediate with $1 to register, or immediate with no dollar into the percentage for the PRID. There's a percentage behind the register here, no percentage here. Immediate to memory. Hey, look, I've never used the syntax. Still just percentage for the PRID, 64, which is the cross-platform format for a 64-bit integer. Ruark says, you have many friends here. Oh, Ruark, you're so sweet. LanderXT says, you are Twitch streaming compiler development, which I'm guessing isn't popular with people your age. I think it's just me that isn't popular with people my age. Nexovec says, plebs have friends, legends have viewers. Nexovec, that is so funny. Thank you, I appreciate that, Nexovec. Ruark says, gotta stay positive. That's right. I like the irony of Ruark putting an angry face after gotta stay positive. Ruark says, go study computer science. You will find many friends. Same happened to me. No. I don't want to be a programmer my whole life. This is just something I'm doing because it's fun right now. I don't want to do anything my whole life, actually, other than, like, breathe, mostly. Most of the time, I don't even want to do that. No, I'm just messing around. So memory to register. We have the right to the left to the right. Immediate to memory. Register to memory. Register to register. Register to name. Memory. Register. Okay, nice. So these are the singular ones that we didn't implement yet. And then an indirect branch is handled very specifically, because that's a very specific syntax right there. Ruark says, then go study CS, work for 5 years, and then retire. Yeah, I work faster than that. No. LenderXT says, that was said by most open source devs at some point. Lamau. I don't go to school to learn things. I just learn them. School doesn't help me learn. It just helps you make friends, which aren't really conducive to learning or progressing. They're great distractions, though. You can spend a lot of time on friends. Jump and call are handled the same. I think that's very beautiful. Do we need to switch on the dialect here? I guess we do, because call may be different. This just hasn't been put into its own function because it's so simple. LanderXT says, eventually everyone will be using $this_lang. I like the variable replacement. That's right. Eventually. Nexvex says, you're going to become this world's best programming language person, and then you're just going to say, nah, I quit. And then you'll become a professional water polo player or something? Pretty much. That's usually how I do. I master something and then I move on. LenderXT says, if you do, Sirraide should become the maintainer. I'm pretty sure Sirraide is already the maintainer. I just sit here and accept his code at this point. Which I'm okay with, because he's a much better coder than I. Cats. I really want to just line all these up, but I understand without Emacs that's difficult. I just want all these to be in line. It would make everything so beautiful, because all these are 3 letters. It's like everything's going to line up. All these are, what, 10 letters? Oof. Lander XT says bash was the intention. Lamau. Ruark says, do not ever do something. This reminds me of PHP, and I hate it, with $signs in front of everything. Lamau. I don't know why people hate $signs so much in programming languages, but they really do. Eternal Wild Fox with the classic, what's wrong with PHP? There's nothing wrong with PHP. People just hate syntaxes that are things that they don't understand and things that are different from them. Right? It's like you either hate things because they're different, or you hate things for some like reason that doesn't make sense, but you justify it because they're different. Nexavec says, wasn't $ something important in jQuery as well? It was just a shortened function for the document query, but yeah. Oh man, so many chats. Sirraide says, I purposefully didn't line that up because I used to do that, but I eventually came to dislike it more and more since it can lead to a lot of extra white space sometimes. Yeah, I don't mind extra white space. I line them up, baby. And if they don't line up, they go on new lines if the lines get too long. Especially if you use Clang format like me. Yes, I don't use Clang format. Rourke says you need a chat overlay so you don't have to read everything. How would that work? It's true. It'd be kind of confusing to have text on text, I think. King Buns says just an alias to jQuery. Yeah, it was just a shortened function name, is the dollar in jQuery. King Buns is correct. So we have some architecture-specific data, which we have a pointer to in the Codegen context now, which we looked at earlier. So this data will be passed around in the context, and we can just refer to it. We could also not have this in the Codegen context and just pass it around as parameters, but in order for the signatures to line up, we are using this sort of syntax. LanderXD says, find a part of your screen that isn't used much, lol, or just move it in OBS. I'd like to keep it as simple as possible. Sirraide says, less parameters is simpler. Oh, I totally agree. That means we can also turn these into function pointers eventually and just have an array with a jump table. But we'll get there, right? Sirraide says, do you want an extra parameter and 50 different functions? No! I was just describing to people why we have the syntax. And to myself. I have to understand the code. So it says that was the whole point of putting the file pointer into the context after all. Exactly. Everything we pass around should be the context. We agree. I'm not bringing this up as a disagreement. Totally agree with you. I was just bringing up what we're doing in the structure, because not everyone understands it. That is watching. Eternal Wild Fox says, finally, victory! He did it. He installs each lib separately, instead of all of them at the same time in a semicolon separated list. Hey, Eternal Wild Fox, I'm happy for you. Getting a step closer in my CMake, your amazingly complicated CMake, which installs SDL library, static SDL libraries automatically. Oh god. Sirraide says, I see, makes sense. Yes. Nexovex says, did you know there's a Vim extension for browsers? At least for Chromium it does. You could also just use like links, or use EU and Emacs, or use... Is there no browser in Vim? That's sad. Ruark says, I still hate CMake. That's okay. You can hate it. It's still the leading industry standard for building cross-platform programs, so it's okay. No, I'm giving you trouble, Ruark. It can be horrible sometimes. Eternal Wild Fox. Include external project add, SDL, git repository, git tag, main, source dir, CMake binary dir, SDL-source binary dir. Oof. So that's pretty cool. So you can define an external GitHub project, and then it will download it and build it and use it. Lamau. That's pretty cool. Eternal Wild Fox says, I pull it from GitHub. That is very cool, Eternal Wild Fox. LanderXD says, my most complicated CMake file is like 10 lines. Rourke, and I don't understand why, who thought this was a good idea. Why what? He just says, why sad face with a tear. CMake is poison for your soul. Well, my soul is made of poison, luckily. Eternal Wild Fox, yes, you can define it. Sirraide says, is there no browser in Vim? Classic Emacs user. You know, not every text editor comes with its own operating system. Well, that's why it's not a text editor. Sirraide says, I also use Emacs, by the way. Not for C++, though. You should. It's beautiful. Ruark says, why CMake is the leading industry standard? Because it's easy to use and actually works across all platforms. It's easy to port, so you can get it into new OSs. You can build for embedded. You can use any tool chain that you could possibly imagine. There's so many reasons why CMake is the leading industry standard. Eternal Wild Fox says, and it is old. It's not that old. Make is much older, and that's what people suggest to use instead. Sirraide says, CMake is the best thing we have. It's not good. I would argue it's very good, and it is the best we have. LanderXT says, VS Code user who just can't be bothered to use keyboard-based editor anymore here. Yikes. If you have like carpal tunnel, I understand, but if it's just like... you can press less buttons. Eternal Wild Fox says, Premake is pretty okay for a beta. King Bun says Emacs plus Vim. Using both would be pretty... You can just use evil mode in Emacs as well. That's basically Emacs plus Vim. So Clobber Operands basically says... Also, you did a lot of div mod optimization. This is all crazy. King Bun says, I also run Doom... Or, this is what I mean. I run Doom Emacs. Nice. Doom Emacs is another Vim-based Emacs distribution. The Clobber Operands thing is explained in the comment. I suggest you read the comment first, maybe. Okay, before I try to understand div mod, I'll read all of this. I'll just go back. So we are in line 800 or whatever. Hey, we can go to the conversation from the files changed now. They fixed it. Thanks, GitHub. Where are we at? It's probably below all this. Rid of magic numbers, long. Perhaps. Oof. If we're going to have a dialect option, we can remove gas from the Codegen output format. Gas does not equal dialect because you can have gas AT&T, gas Intel, gas NASM. Oh god. However, I agree that when you select the target architecture, shouldn't have to care about what assembler is going to be used. So maybe dialect architecture and assembler should all be separate options, or maybe we should have a gas AT&T dialect after all. Interesting. So maybe the dialect is gas plus AT&T, or gas plus Intel. Oh no. Gas plus NASM? Is that even possible? Ruark. I mean, after you understand how CMake works, I guess it's easy, but you have to get there first. Just like with everything. Like math. Nexovex says, you can just press escape to exit carpal mode. Lamau. Sirraide says, you could also just open a new tab, you know. It's at the very bottom. I don't open new tabs. No, I should open a new tab. I'm just being pretentious. Gas plus NASM isn't a thing, I hope. That's what I thought. I was like, a GasNASM? I've never heard of that. However, maybe we should have... So maybe architecture and assembler should be separate, and so should dialect. Dialect is already separate, so we'd have to separate assembler from architecture. I feel like this is coming down to, like, we need variadic format or something. Like, maybe format is, everything that takes format is variadic, or somehow we have, like, a bit field that just has all of this. And I'm just trying to figure out how to simplify this, because not everything will have an assembler. Like when we use WASM, there's only one. But I guess there may be eventually another WASM assembler. Okay, we'll keep it. Ruark says, GasmNasm, gasm.org. I like gasm.org, that's funny. Sirraide says, basically, x86-64 plus gas is weird. Yeah, you're exactly correct, Sirraide. It's hard to deal with that in its own way. Okay, so Codegen Clobber Operands. When we cogend binary expressions, we throw away left-hand side and right-hand side and only care about the result. But sometimes the result is one of them. There could be situations where we might want to omit an add but preserve the left-hand side and right-hand side. When? Because add cannot preserve its operands. Add is destructive in x86-64. So you can never... I'm confused here. Sirraide says, keep reading. All right. Or at least that's what I thought. However, it occurred to me that was me thinking too far ahead, even in situations where it would be beneficial to reuse left-hand side and right-hand side. For example, a plus b plus a plus b, a plus b plus a plus b. Most compilers will still generate two loads of a and b. That's correct. Essentially, I don't think there's ever a situation in initial non-optimized cogen where we would ever want to preserve sub-expressions of an expression, correct, after emitting the expression, except for when they're destructive and we want to reuse result registers. We always want to clobber registers. This leads to use generating a lot of redundant loads and stores, but that's also what GCC and Clang and other compilers do. Right, because that's what the programmer wrote. If they wrote this in a different way, where they put a plus b into its own integer and then added those, then there'd be less loads and stores. I agree with you though. There could be. So I suppose what I'm getting at is that all Codegen functions that compute a new value should always return that value as a new register descriptor, and low-level primitives like zero register or copy register should probably not exist at all. Correct. This would probably be handled in the backend. Codegen.c should never allocate or deallocate registers directly, seeing as certain targets don't even really have registers. Exactly. Actually, the entire register and register pool struct should be basically architecture specific and should go in arch data in the context as well. Codegen.c should only ever have to deal with register descriptors, and really we should have a tagged union that is a type of register which has a value of register descriptor, and then in the future for other platforms we could just expand that tagged union and have different things passed around. The domain gasm.org expires 2023-07-24. Ruark says, potential security risk ahead, says my browser. Ooh, gasm too strong. Gasm.org. Lamau. Ruark with gas is hella expensive right now. Not sure what x86-64 is, and if you'd want to put that in your car. Lamau. Or values, if we want to use a different term. That's also what LLVM calls them. Yeah, so basically, value... I don't want to use the word value. I want to use like destination or target or something like that. I guess we could use value, it just doesn't make much sense to me, because a register isn't a value. A register has a value, but it's not a value itself. I don't know. We'll see. I'd make register descriptor, or whatever we're going to call it, type erased, like a void pointer, since it's probably either going to be a pointer or an ID. I think we should do a tagged union. I don't like void pointers. Type checking is good, and we should have it. Codegen.c shouldn't care about registers, and it won't. It never will. It'll just pass around a tagged union, basically, right? I'm pretty sure. And then the backend will deal with the tagged union. So the backend could even generate the tagged union of the value. And then we just return it to the Codegen.c. And it doesn't know the specifics of the value it got, if we're going to use this terminology. It just knows it is a value that has to be passed to the next thing in the future. Nexavex says, what in the futon is gas, gasm, etc.? It all refers to GNU assembly syntax. So GNU assembly is referred to as gas. So as is the assembler itself. The GNU assembler is called as, AS. And effectively the language or the assembly that it interprets is called gas, GNU assembly syntax. Does that make any sense? See gas. You can call it gas. The GNU assembler can also be called gas because GNU assembler, and AS is the name of the assembler, so GAS, but most of the time it's called as, and the actual gas refers to the syntax. It depends on what you mean, though. It's just a free and open source x86-64 assembler, or really cross-platform assembler for many things. That's not the correct thing. I'm not sure what that website is. Eternal Wildfox says, linking problems. There's always linking problems. Codegen.c doesn't need to know the type of register descriptor. Basically, the only thing it needs to know is I have two things. I can pass them to CodegenAdd, and it returns another thing whose value is the sum of two things. And that would be handled by Codegen forward, because Codegen forward would contain the value tagged union, which would have all the different platform values and types, right? So if it's a register, we'll just have a value passed to this thing, or we'll have a value returned from a thing, the same way we do register descriptors at the current moment. I'm opening a new tab. I'm taking your advice. Because I'm pretty sure here. Somewhere here. So basically here, these calls, which return a register descriptor, would instead return a value, which may contain a register descriptor. And that means that in Codegen, everywhere they're actually called, so this was the diff I wanted to load and search. Still got nothing until down here, Lamau. If that makes sense. Because I think we can deal with the cross-platform value tagged union in Codegen instead of dealing with it. The thing is, the value type would have to be architecture specific, so I don't think a tagged union would make too much sense since it's only ever going to be the same type of value within one architecture. Buddy, unless you want 50 different values for 50 different backends. Yeah, that's what we want, because we're passing, that's how we represent a value in Codegen. That's a single thing, a single structure. So the actual tagged union would be for the different backend. And to implement a backend, a new backend, all you'd have to do is add to the tagged union. And then if you do need a new data type in the value, add to the union, the value union with a new name, right? Because we can always have two different tags in the union, use one value in the, or two different tags in the enum, use one value, refer to one value in the union. So many names. It would be simpler to just make it a void pointer, though. Would it? You would lose all type checking. Archdata is also a void pointer after all. Yeah, and I don't like it. It's just needed. I'd rather have it where all the functions pass around archdata, because the Codegen context at the top level doesn't contain any architecture data. That's the whole point. At this point, right? We're saying Codegen context is kind of architecture independent, but at this point it's architecture dependent because of the void pointer. It's just interesting where we store things, right? I wouldn't mind having two structures. Unions don't have any type checking either. Yes, they do. The value they return is a type, unless you want to add the type. What? Unions definitely have type checking, because when you access the name of a certain member in the union, it has that specific type, and you can't just turn it into any type. With a void pointer, it's not clear. What do I cast this to? With a tagged union, it's very clear. This is an integer. This is a string. This is a etc. Unless you want to add the type, which is always going to be the same. I'm not sure what you mean there. We just need, I'm saying type checking based on int or char pointer, etc. Unions don't have type checking because there's no way of knowing what the active member is. I don't know what you're talking about. Unions have type checking, I promise. You can't use a union in type checking, but the members of a union are type checked. I assure you. You can't assign a union to a union and expect it to be type checked. I understand that. But within the union, the members are type checked. I think it's weird to avoid tagged unions this much for no reason. Why do you want to have a void pointer so bad? What you're saying a lot of negatives on why unions are horrible, and everything I'm saying is incorrect. But what's your reasoning on why we should use void pointer? The reason is that it wastes space. I don't care if it wastes memory space. We're not worried about that. We take kilobyte stack allocations in a recursive function. We're not worried about memory space. And it makes the code more complex. It doesn't. Void pointer makes the code more complex, because then people have to understand what the hell is a void pointer here for? What do we cast it to? When is it set? Why is it set to that? It's like there's so many questions. With a tagged union, the code is very readable. You can go, oh, this is for this architecture, and it has this value. Because a value for x86-64 would just be x86-64 used as a register descriptor. And then for when we go to WASM, I don't know what we'll use. We may need a string, we may need some other data type. Nexivec says void pointer is a programming slang for oof. So, Sirraide, I asked you to provide positive reasons on why we should use the void pointer, and you gave me more reasons on why we shouldn't use a tagged union. You said it wastes space and it makes the code more complex. So I would love to hear why we should use a void pointer. We already answered this. We talked about Codegen forward. Yes. So as far as this PR goes, it is very good. If we fix up the, Sirraide says, the fact of the matter is simply the backend allocates all the values. The backend is the only part of the code that ever has to allocate values. Therefore, the backend always knows what type the values are, no matter what type you pass them as. LandarXT says, I'm going now. Bye all. You won't miss me while I'm gone. I'll definitely miss you, Landar. We love you around here. You're so much fun, all your random chats. Keep it real, Landar. Have fun. Have a good day. NextVex says, you might have an untyped data type that would just error when you try to do undefined behavior stuff on it. What? Rurark says, see ya, talking to LandarXT. Sirraide, I see your point in that each backend will only ever use itself. But the idea would be if each backend only ever uses itself, what's the problem with accessing a named, a tagged union? Whether we're getting a string or whatever. And if you don't like void pointer, I see what you're saying, that we never have to distinguish between them. I understand your point. If you don't like void pointer, we can also just declare typedef struct value impl pointer value or something like that. It's true. Untyped is a word straight from hell. CodePhiliac says, did somebody say untyped? My Haskell heart. Lamau. CodePhiliac, how's it going? Thanks for tuning in. NextVex says, yeah, but it would be compile only. You'd have to cast to use the value meaningfully. Oof. Sirraide says, and then pass around a value rather than a void pointer. Okay. So, other than future deliberation, as far as this PR actually goes, there just needs to be like one or two things done and then we can merge it. We have to fix this syntax and make them all angle brackets, just like codegen.h, just like all the rest of the includes. We don't want any relative includes. This isn't important. Feel free to change this or not. It's just a styling thing with the struct literal initializers. We can turn this into a while loop. We should definitely do that before we merge this bad boy. But Sirraide, I think that solution is a good idea, where we can have a struct where we pass around a value. I would still kind of like to have value be a struct, a value implementation, and then like I'd like to, if we're passing around a pointer, I don't like type defing things as pointers, if that makes sense. So if we're passing around a pointer to a value, we should have value pointer. I hate the implicit pointer types in C. Sirraide says, should I implement those changes real quick? Absolutely, feel free. There is that would be great. If you want, I can jump in and clone your branch and then do it as well. I really don't mind. I just think that's all that has to be done before we merge it. Sirraide says, I'll make another PR with the value thing, then you'll see what I mean. Not now, though. Well, you gotta leave me time to do stuff. I have to implement a while loop in here, and I want to implement typecasting. So I'm gonna have to interact with the codegen quite a bit. If you think you can do it quick, then it's okay. I can spend a day working on, like, other stuff, right? It's okay. But I do want to interact with the codegen part of the codebase myself. I do appreciate all the work you have done on it, though. I'm not saying don't work on it. I'm just saying maybe slow down a little bit. Everything's okay. Sirraide says, yeah, it won't take too long. Aye. But fair enough, haha. Lamau. It's true. I'm just excited to add some new features. It's hard to both expand a codebase and refactor a codebase. And we're kind of in the middle of that, right? So it's not necessarily anything that each one of us is doing. It's just the situation that we find ourselves in, where my direction is like, let's add new features, and your direction is like, let's make this amazing, which is actually a really good team, which is probably why this is going so well. But yeah, we definitely have to fix up this little comparison. The long int, that's just styling. It really doesn't matter. But like you said, it could be int64t, which may be worth it. More of the I'm pretty sure in every single one of the files there's relative includes. So we can just move away from relative includes and do codegen forward. And I think at that point we would be pretty good. So the idea, I think what this essentially says is that we never need clobber operands, right? We can get rid of it. So, ooh, new changes since I last viewed. Oh my. Sirraide, you are so fast. You changed one. There's more relative includes. I didn't comment on each one. They're in all the files, though. Yeah, yeet the clobber thing. Yeah, feel free to do that, or leave it in. It's okay if you leave it in the PR, because it's just a quick commit to get rid of all of them. Sirraide says there's more? Rip. I think that's, yeah. If we look at files changed, we can look at, so we have codegen.h, which has codegen forward in quotes. We have, okay, codegen forward has nothing. Codegen platforms has codegen forward. Codegen, arch x86 has codegen forward as a relative. I think .c also is relative, if I remember. Yeah, so it has the relative header. And then, what's the other one? Codegen forward. I think all of these are fine. Main.c, I'm pretty sure is fine. Yeah, it just refers to, so arch x86, 64, C and H. Codegen platforms, C and H. Codegen forward is fine. And then codegen H, which I think is the one you fixed. But yeah, so platforms and arch, both C and H have them. Woo! Beautiful. Thank you so much. Okay, what we will start doing is, I don't even remember what I was going to do today. I'm going to have to go soon. This PR was so large it took 2 hours to code review live on stream. Amazing. Thank you so much, Sirraide. That's so awesome. Truthfully, like, thank you. I find it very cool that you care so much about this silly little program we're writing together. And it makes me care about it a lot as well. Care aloud about it as well. I can't speak, but I am here. Ooh, remove duplicate code. Nice. That's the while. Ooh, that's kind of beautiful. I like how the if just got turned to a while. That's the only thing that got changed. It's a beautiful little diff right there. King Buns says, Carol about it. Carol about it. Carol about it. Yeah, I care quite a lot. I care about it. Sirraide says, yeah, it's just nice to work on other projects sometimes. Aw. Well, I'm glad you picked this one. And I'm glad it's nice to work on. That's really cool. Remove all the rest of the relative includes. Beautiful. Oh, there's even more changes. What is going on? So awesome. But yeah, thank you so much, Sirraide. I really appreciate it. This is so cool. Emacs is freaking out. We're zoning out. Whoa. Okay. I did want to show off something I've been working on and ask if it's something that anybody would be interested in. I actually wrote a language reference. Bog. You know what I mean? So this is, if you don't know, the LaTeX language. This is LaTeX. Emacs is one of the best LaTeX editors in my opinion. And Sirraide says LaTeX Pog. Hey, he even got the formatting right. What a legend. If you type LaTeX like this, you are a legend. Even more so if you type it like that. What is it, that? Lamau. Sirraide says LaTeX was actually my first programming language, lol. That's awesome. Yeah, I've used LaTeX forever just because I like how professional it looks. And I was interested in writing books when I was in middle school. So I learned how books are written. And this is how they're written, as it turns out. But yeah, this is a LaTeX manual. It's kind of hard to read like this because of all the markup. So what we're going to do is use a little compile command. And we're just going to use PDF LaTeX, which comes with most LaTeX distributions. Also, I say LaTeX too much. I'm sorry. Sirraide says, I also use Emacs for LaTeX. Nice. King Buns, not sure how you could write any math without LaTeX. That's true. I wrote an entire paper on piano axioms in high school, and my teacher was like, this is like a mathematical proof. Why did you write this? And I was like, I don't know. And he's like, okay. He was just weirded out. Like, why did you do this? Why'd you do so much work on this thing that doesn't matter? And that's already been proven. And like, he was so confused. It was fun though. Sirraide says, Z LaTeX is better than PDF LaTeX. Maybe on, yeah, you're probably right. PDF LaTeX just works on Windows way better. Hooray! And now we can go right into the PDF. And here we have the Intercept Programmer's Manual. Nexovex says, you are superior to us. Yes, in response to Sirraide saying LaTeX was actually my first programming language. Lamau. Sirraide says PDF LaTeX is like 20 years old or something. That's crazy, so am I. Sirraide says, Z LaTeX has full Unicode support and uses harfbuzz. That's okay. Nexovex says, MicTech gang, let's go. It's true, we are using MicTech. This is Windows. But yeah, so we have a programmer's manual. It's very basic right now. It's like 17 pages now. But it just has some basic examples and everything like that. I'm not sure. Is this something? Sirraide says TechLive works on Windows just fine too. I couldn't get TechLive working, to be honest. But when tech distributions on Windows are famously complicated and easy to break. So I'm sure I just did something wrong when installing it or something. But yeah, so with this little language, we have some experimental syntax in here, which is describes like byte casting between types and the rules of that. This was basically just me writing, how does this work? So effectively, we're going to have base types, and base types, you can create a pointer to any base type. Sirraide says, ah yes, time to make a language standard. Well, yeah, this is more just a reference, a programmer's reference, or a manual. So this is something you can look at and go, how do I use the language? Oh, this is how. You know what I mean? Kind of similar to Algol 68, honestly. They basically just give you a big PDF and say good luck. But yeah, this is definitely still all experimental, but it is, I think, a good step in the right direction. Every type of expression I actually went through and described it and gave examples. So every type of expression from numbers, binary and fixed operators, variable access, lambdas, function calls, dereferences, address of, array index, and if else, which is pretty much all of our... Oh, I forgot. Did I do function calls? I did function calls with lambdas. So yeah, this is pretty much everything. Is that a new name for the language that I see there? It's just a placeholder. It's the first one I ever came up with. But you're right, I did call it intercept. But that's just because if we take a look at the to-do and name the thing, oof, the load times of org mode. I haven't opened it today. Should have done that before the stream. My bad. My bad. But yeah, you are correct. We did call it intercept. I made it easy to search and replace in the whole file. You can see that that was my first idea ever on what to call the language, so I just used that. We can call it anything. This is just in the language. It's really hard to write a manual for an unnamed language. You know what I mean? So I picked one. Sirraide says single-threaded editor, rip. Lamau. People have tried to make Lisps multi-threaded. It just doesn't work well. But yeah, I'd love to search and replace intercept. We may keep it if we want intercept. LensScript, I think, is pretty popular with the people. That's what could be preferred. But yeah, if you don't know, LaTeX looks like this, and effectively, you just begin a document after describing a document class. So this is a report. You can see we have a title and an author. And then within the document, this is like where you define all the formatting of everything. This is like your body in HTML. And effectively, We set the page style to fancy. We make it so that chapters, we are able to get the name of the chapter we are within with left mark. I don't know how this works, as saying here, but this Stack Overflow thread really helped. King Bun says Clojure does really well with concurrency. It's true, because they have everything as a closure instead of just like the environment the function is defined within is stored with the function. But you are correct, Clojure does do really well. So the first thing we do is set up the chapter name at the top of each page. So effectively, that's when we see this right here, or this right here, which is kind of confusing if it's not there. You're like, what am I reading about? Sirraide says, yeah, mark both just to find some macros that it then puts in the header. Exactly. I'm not a good LaTeX or programmer, but I do understand it on some level. Yeah, we use the fancy header package in order to put headers at the top of every file for the chapter name. We set up the title page. We just use the make title because reports have a pretty good title page already with the this. I think that's a pretty good title page. You know what I mean? Not bad at all. And then we have the introduction, which I thought was going to have more stuff in it, but there's not really a lot to say on the top level. It's like it's executed from top to bottom and in order. The entry point of the program is at the beginning. The last expression of the program is the return status code from the main function in the C runtime. Like, there's not much else to say than that. That's kind of all the implicit data. Is the reference in the repo? I might add stuff to that at some point if that's the case. It's not in the repo. I just wrote it like last night. So it's very new work. Also, if you think my C macros are unreadable, then you haven't seen me write LaTeX. Yeah, then I might just keep this for myself. I don't know if I want you changing this, because I want this to be very readable LaTeX. I want someone who barely knows LaTeX to be able to understand it on some level. Like, okay, so this is what this package is for. This is what this package is for. It's like every piece of complicated LaTeX should have a comment and describe exactly what it does. We even have like the format of the command we're running and stuff like that. We want it to be very readable. Is the idea. Because I want someone to just be able to read this as the manual. It's a little tough, but once you go like, oh, this is code, and then intercept comes, then you can start reading here. The colon is the type annotation symbol. It associates the similar name on the right. So I want people that just have a plain text editor to be able to read as well. And then we may even end up with like a GitHub Pages thing going on and end up hosting an HTML version of this. But I'd like it to be very readable and very simple. We use fancy verbatim package to get better source code environments, like verbatim with a capital V, so that we can ensure that all of the code ends up on the same page. But yeah, so we split the idea of base types and complex types. Base types basically can have pointers to them created, while complex types may not. And base types can be typecast while complex types may not. So the idea is you should never cast an array into another type. That doesn't actually make any sense to us. We may eventually want to allow that, but it'd be very complicated. So for now, it's just not going to happen. An array can always move up to a base type, but I don't think we want pointers to arrays because an array is a pointer on some level. So I think that we want like array to degrade into a pointer through the array index operator. I know I'm saying a lot of stuff here, but basically array should be able to degrade into pointer, and then we should be able to have a pointer made to that. And then, yeah. But I don't think it wouldn't be ever safe to cast a pointer to an array, or an array to a pointer, unless we did it'd have to be an array to an array, I think. Sirraide Just constantly telling me what I'm doing wrong. I'd recommend adding the Babel package and also font encoding stuff. Why? If you can tell me why, I'll do it. You can't just say do stuff to me. You can say that to some people. It doesn't work with me. I need a very good reason to do stuff. And if I see why there's a reason to do it, then I'll do it. If I don't understand why to do something, it's very rare I will do it. So it says, but I'm used to typesetting books and papers, so maybe I'm just overcomplicating stuff, lol. That very much could be. Because this is a very simple language reference. It's not meant to be like a book that is going to be printed out. It's not meant to be a specific size of paper, right? None of that. It's a purely digital LaTeX. Just to create PDF and HTML for people to read and understand, oh yeah, that's how I can use the language. We still have to talk about external calls. We don't really talk about it heavily. So that's definitely something to do here. Sirraide says Babel is for spell checking, hyphenation, etc. Why would that be useful? Just don't write words that are spelled incorrectly. I know that sounds ridiculous, but with source control, it's really not. Because you can go over everything you changed. You know what I mean? And you go, oh, that's incorrect. Basically do your own code reviews, right? Especially when writing documentation. I think you should be able to write documentation without spelling errors. At least for technical writing. Because most of technical writing is just repeating words. You say it, and then you say some words you've said before. Right? Type, 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 type. So you know what I mean? Misspelling things is, I don't think really common in technical writing. At least it isn't for me. I've never misspelled anything in writing a document. I may just be weird. I definitely mistype, and I say like mubber, and then I go, oop, I screwed up, and I fix it before I move on. That could just be how I work, though. I'm not trying to be pretentious either. I may be, but I'm not trying to be. I'm just saying this is how I work. I'm not sure if it would help in this case. Since it's so technical writing. Like, we're just kind of repeating stuff. Sirraide says misshapen. That's not in in this technical documentation, though. Misshapen was in a comment in a C file. Which if you're spell checking C comments, I think you have something wrong with you. And also, you're just rubbing that in. Misshapen, people will understand what you mean. This isn't incorrect. Nobody will go, oh, you mean mishapen? That other thing? That will always is always misshapen. It matters if I wrote something like te instead of it, right? That's like titanium instead of the thing. They're different meanings, but misshapen and misshapen have the same meaning. It's just semantics and whether it's misspelled or not, because the meaning of the word is implied, or construed is what I should say, construed across. I write two instead of two all the time. I know what you mean, lol. Sirraide, exactly. See, that stuff doesn't bother me. It's like, oh, if you write, for example, two instead of two, like you said, this doesn't really bother me, because if you say, I went to the store, I'm never going to misinterpret that as I went to also the store. You know what I mean? Nobody ever says that, so it doesn't matter. There's no ambiguity in what you said or wrote. I think it's just, it's all preference. I would have these arguments with my English teachers in school all the time. I'm like, do you know what I mean? Okay. What's the issue? When you read old scientific papers, everything is misspelled. It's like they write integer like integer with a Y, and you're like, why did they do that? There's no reason. And they're like, oh yeah, well, I don't know, they just, I guess they just, they spelled it like that, but they spell it throughout the book the same, so just read that as integer. And it's like, well, if all the scientific papers are able to just misspell things based on what they think it should be spelled like, then just, if the meaning is construed, it doesn't matter. Sirraide says, or two, that's even worse. Okay, that one's not acceptable. Two instead of two is not okay. If you type a W, there, it's got to be removed, okay? Because I went to the store. It's not to woe, so it's just confusing how it would ever happen. King Bun says 2 instead of 2. I went to the store. I mean, if it's not technical writing, that's totally okay in C code. There's totally enums all the time where it says like result to register, and it's like that. Personally, I prefer result to register like this with underscores in a capitalized snake case, but this is totally fine, and you see this all the time across many code bases. And it's even the name of many programs, you know what I mean? So this in a comment wouldn't really be an issue. You're totally understandable. But most of the time, comments are writ like this. So you'd say, like, to the effect. Doesn't seem, you know what I mean? It's not that big of a deal. King Bun says, is C snake case and C++ Pascal case? It's whatever you want. There's no rules. It's called styling because it's your style. Sirraide says, I do proofreading editing work sometimes, so I just care a bit too much about spelling and grammar, lol. I get what you mean. King Bun says, idiomatically, I should specify. Yeah, Sirraide is correct. Neither C nor C++ have an established convention, really. That is correct. You can really just do whatever you want. It's C. You know? So, I think we have taken a look at the reference pretty good. I think it's a good start, and I can commit it to the repo. It's just going to require a force push to your pull request. So I'd love to merge your pull request, and then I can push this reference. And I'm probably going to put it in like docs or something like that, and then we may even start a doxygen thing as well for a developer reference to be generated. I'm getting ahead of myself, though. Sirraide says, the standard library uses snake case, but that's about it. As in, that's like the only standardized style that there is. Pretty much. A lot of people use snake case. Yep, Python loves snake case, C++, snake case, you'll find it a lot. And it's almost never disallowed, which is why it's used everywhere. So we are looking pretty good. I think we just have to, I'm just trying to make sure that those comparisons are correct. Where are they? They're probably in some file that I have to expand the diff of. We'll see through the comment. Yeah, I think it's still the same in Codegen platforms. King Bun says, I prefer snake case, but C# styling makes me honestly want to toss my computer from the top window. Well, now. That's why I keep getting confused. I'm like, why does it take me to the header? But yeah, we just have to fix up this little thing. I'm fine with anything so long as it's not camel case. I loathe camel case. Camel case is it's an interesting one. I don't know why it would ever be used. I mean, I guess you could differentiate from like public and private, or you could do crazy stuff, but I don't think it's worth it. But yeah, I think once we fix up this one comparison from MS Win to Linux, we're basically at the time where we can merge, right? King Bun says Java, that's why. Oh no. Okay, so this has been resolved. We'll see if we don't have to change that, but it hasn't been resolved. This has been resolved. It definitely being readable is resolved. One of these is meant to be Linux, as above, so below. In 64T, that's never been resolved. Sure, that's resolved. Perhaps. Hit me with the perhaps. We'll resolve it, deal with it in another commit. He specified why it is the way that it is. Basically, gas has multiple dialects and it sucks. Sirraide says fixed the comparison. Ooh, you're so fast. That's awesome. So that probably means we can go resolve that then. And we can, I'm pretty sure we can merge this bad boy. Am I forgetting something? Oh, we should probably remove the magic number. That's probably worth it. This is apparently fixed by the new thing, so I'm just going to say it's fixed. Fixed comparison reloaded. Lamau. He fixed it in 2 spots in 2 commits. What a legend. You know you can use a rebase and interactive with a force push. You don't have to, but it does clean it up. Lamau. Sirraide says, alright, 1 sec. You're the best, Sirraide. Thank you so much. I'm just glad we can get this all merged up. Oh yeah, then we had to remove clobber operands. That's not going to be that hard. I can totally do that, by the way, after the merge. Don't feel like you have to. And if I'm rushing you, just tell me, like, hey, it's not going to be done, but stop. It's time to stop. It's okay to tell me to stop. Oh, it's asleep. Emacs. Wake up. Thank you. It's voice commanded. Wow. But yeah, so we have the beginnings of a language reference going on. So hopefully this will help some new programmers understand how our language actually functions, how it works. I would love to write one as well for developers and have a developer's reference that is handwritten, just going over the structure of the compiler and everything. Yes. So I'm going to do source main, and I'm going to remove, what is it, delete directory, Codegen. Perfect. Sirraide says, also, I don't want to force push into a PR. I mean, it's fine. It's not that big of a deal. Remove magic number. Beautiful. That's beautiful. Most Sirraide, I've committed to many projects, and they say that most of the time they tell me, hey, you need to force squash your commit. Like, you have 4 commits here, that should be 1 commit. So just force squash those and then push it. Force push it, and we'll merge that. And I was like, uh-oh. So it says, oh, that's not the point. I just don't trust Git not to break. Lamau. That's okay. I understand. Alrighty. Beautiful stuff. The magic number thing is done now, by the way. Beautiful. So we can do this. Okay, we did it. In 64T, struct literals. I think that's it. So now we just have the clobber operands thing, and we are good to go, baby. I know, I'm sorry, I keep saying, oh, one more thing, but I just forgot, forgot everything I talked about earlier. Oh, I didn't show the, what I was looking at. I've been streaming for over 2 hours now. Be sure to check out the Discord in the Twitch About section down below. You can get announcements every time I go live, as well as just hang out, have a ton of fun, share progress on code you're writing, or any journey you're on right now, get review on some code you're writing to try and make it better, etc., etc. So it says, by the way, we can only see your Emacs right now. Yeah, that was my bad. I fixed it. Beautiful stuff. Let's play some Gomoku. I'm not good at this, by the way. So, if you don't know, Gomoku is like 1st to 5 in a row. And it's really difficult. effectively because robots are really smart. You know what I mean? And it's difficult to try and convince that, not even convince them, but to just be able to be better. See, he has an open-ended 3, so now we can block one side, we have to block the other. There's another open-ended 3, so we're in the same scenario. See, there's a mixed 3, but if he gets one here, I can block here. Is there 4 in a row anywhere? There's 1, 2 in a row here, diagonally. 4, 3, 3. Okay, I think I'm doing pretty good. I'm gonna put one... I kind of want to put one here, but it shouldn't matter. I kind of want an open-ended 3, which makes him have to block me. So he's gonna go for the 5. I'm gonna block him. See, oh, he got a 4. Look at him with the plays, and he wins. Robots are too smart. So good. Where do we go? But yeah, this is like tic-tac-toe, but for Emacs users. It's really fun. Effectively, I'm gonna lose this game. I already know. See, as an open-ended 3, he got a 4 here. 4 there. Open-ended 3, so I'm gonna have to block. I'm gonna block this side first to make him go here. There's 4 here. There's open-ended 3 again, so I get an open-ended 3. I block him. He blocks me. You can kind of see how this goes. The robot is always just one step ahead of you at every moment in time. See, there's nowhere I can place one to get an open-ended 3 at this point, so I kind of have no hope. So I should make sure that I block him as much as possible. I should probably go here. Also, that gave me an open-ended 3. Look at that. So he blocks me on this side. If he goes here, he could get an open-ended 3. But if I go here, I can get an open-ended 3. And if I go here, then I have 4 in a row. He has to block me here. And then I can go here and get an open-ended 3. I can make him go here or here now. I'd rather have him go far away. Okay, have I screwed up yet? Have I screwed up yet? I think this is still salvageable. So if I put one here, he has to go here. If I put one here, he has to go here. And then, so if I, okay. You see how complicated this game gets very quickly. Effectively, I think I'm gonna go for, I don't think I really have much. I have an open-ended 3 right here, which will get me actually 2 in a row on another axis. So I get these 2 in a row, and then I'll get these 3 in a row with the open ends. Okay. Oh, why'd he go here? 1, 2 in a row. 1, 2 in a row. 1, 2 in a row. So that move didn't make a lot of sense to me. That was a very robot move. But if I go here, he's gonna go here. So, I need to do this. He's blocking this one now, my vertical. Oh my god, I just won! I beat a robot! Chat, this... Okay, if you don't know, you almost never win in Gamoku. This is very rare. I beat a robot. Everybody, we did it. Oh my. Sirraide says, do you want me to remove the clobber operands thing too? Or, yeah, feel free. Or if you want me to, just let me know. If you want me to remove clobber operands, I can just, it'd be quick. It'd basically be changing declarations and stuff. Sirraide says, I'm already doing that. I probably missed your chat a little bit. But hey, Sirraide says, nice, thank you. That came in a weird order. Because I think my Twitch chat is lagging behind. Like, and it's in the wrong order. Interesting. Because I said I beat Gamoku, and then I read your chat, and then it says, nice, I'm already doing that. Or no, it says the other order. I read it bottom to top there. I don't know. In any case, I beat you. Haha. And even when the robot went first. That's pretty good. I almost never win. This is a bad one. Yep, I'm gonna lose. I went too fast. I went too fast. I went straight into the sun, everybody. It's bad. You can get 3 in a row here, 3 in a row. See, I'm screwed. Everywhere I go, I'm screwed. Oh no. Well, time to die, I guess. Yep. There it goes. There it goes. Oof. Do a little checky. Nice. We'll play one more game. Can we play Tetris without Nintendo getting really mad? Does anybody know? Nintendo would probably get very mad. I don't want to screw with Nintendo, really. Okay, so I'd like to... Oh god. This. 3 in a row here. 4. 3. Which means I can go here or here. Ruark says, the heck is that? Are you looking at Gomoku? This is a game in Emacs that comes with Emacs, and it's called a Gomoku. And effectively, it's like tic-tac-toe, but you have to get 5 in a row, and it's against a robot. And the robot's very good, is the problem. Oh boy. Ah, my brain. So he has 3 in a row here on the diagonal. So I'm going to block him on one side. He's going to get a 4 in a row here, which I'm going to have to block here. Otherwise, he's going to get 5 in a row. Ruark says, Emacs really be a complete operating system. When you learn it has Tetris, it's kind of a huge thing. It's like, oh my, you can just play Tetris? Oh. Isn't that beautiful? Look at us. Look at me screw up Tetris. How beautiful. Ruark says, can you just stop? Lamau. I cannot. But yeah, you can see he has 3 in a row here. I blocked him here. Now he has 4 in a row, so I gotta go here, or he'll get 5. Now he has 5 in a row in a line here. But he has 3 in a row. Open-ended, so I just lost. There we go. You see, Robot won. Ruark says... King Bun says, not sure if this is considered playing Tetris. That was rough. Yeah, that was not me playing it. I just wanted to hit the buttons, show people that it works. I don't want Nintendo coming around going, hey, that's ours. It's not theirs. Ruark says, I meant Emacs should stop, not you. Lamau. I figured you were just complaining about my terrible Tetris moves. Sirraide says, alright, done. What a legend. What a legend. Remove Codegen Clobber operands, etc. That's actually really nice. Everything cleans up a lot. And we just remove it from the calls as well. I like it. I think this is like as simple as possible, which is such a good sign. I love the kiss. I love a kiss, a good kiss. So if we want the quotient, we can just use the result. Register. Otherwise, we have to allocate one and move. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. I like it. Yep, just removing mode from this. Wait, what is this? Yeah. Very beautiful. I like how everything gets even simpler the more and more you work on this, Sirraide. That shows how good you are at coding. Like, the more you work on it, the simpler it gets. But the more I work on it, the more complicated it gets. It's very clearly one programmer that is much better at doing things than the other. Lamau. This is such an awesome commit and such an awesome PR. Thank you so much for putting all of this work and for working together with me on creating this beautiful compiler. I am so happy we get to merge this, and just all of your PRs are amazing. Thank you so much for all the work. Sirraide says, I guess I just have experience working on compilers, haha. Well, it helps. It's more experience than I do. So, yeah, I really appreciate it. I think we're ready to merge. We should be all good to go. Thank you so much. This is so incredible, and I think we're all ready. Sirraide says, but yeah, it's fun. Awesome. I think it is fun. We have our little language. It's getting so awesome, so powerful. We're already able, like, our language is a lot more powerful than people realize already. The only problem is initializing arrays. But if we had better array initialization syntax, like if we had some syntax, like an initializer list in C++, that could create structs or arrays based on multiple values in a single expression, rather than having to reassign each item within the array, I think we could already have it to the point where it's like we could write the compiler in itself using external calls to C library functions and stuff. It'd be very messy with a lot of things encoded into 8-byte integers in the backwards endianness, but it's fine. Sirraide says, I've written so many parsers across all my projects that I think I'll leave the parsing to you. I was just talking about that this morning. I'm so... I know this is braggy. I'm so good at writing parsers. Nobody ever touches the parser. They never even look at it, because it's perfect. It's simple. The lexer is so simple, and it's very efficient. And the parser is not recursive. It's so beautiful. It's like, I just love how I wrote this parser. It's truthfully, I love it. And I love writing parsers. It's so much fun. I just love not having the stack grow, even if we continue like a million times. Like, even if there's 1,000 nested expressions, we'll never Stack Overflow. It's so beautiful. During the parser. We will during type checking and Codegen, because those are definitely recursive. But I'm proud of the parser. It's not recursive. I'm very happy with it. I think we could do with less string compares, but that would just be moving the string compares into the lexer. It wouldn't really help, I don't think, at that point. But I'm just so happy with it. I'm so happy with all of it. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching and enjoying, and thank you so much for being a part of it. I think we're ready to merge. I've been giving Sirraide some time to go, wait, I forgot something, just in case. But I think we are all good. So I'm going to click this green button in about 15 seconds. This is beautiful. Very beautiful. I like having 0 checks. We should probably do something about this. But I'm not good enough at CI/CD. I've literally never done it, so yeah. If somebody wants to explain to me how all that works, that'd be great. All right, we got no chats. I'm pretty sure that everything has gone through. We're going to merge this bad puppy. Here we go. It's happening. Well, I'm going to check my browser first, just in case I'm missing stuff. Sirraide says, there's more stuff I'd like to do, but that should probably be a separate PR. You're correct. I just opened up Twitch and it started playing. Sorry about that. It's probably going to do my voice now as well. Yep. Hey. Alrighty. But yeah, I think a separate PR is totally the way to go. I think let's just merge this bad boy, right? Unless you have something like you're going to do it later today, and I'll just do it later today. Because we're probably just going to end the stream after this. This took so long, and I don't have time today. I guess we could just keep going on the stream. But I want to work on typecasting. I'm so interested. Sirraide says, nah, let's get this merged. LGTM. Let's do it. It's happening. Hey, it's happened. This is like when I go back and realize I had like unpushed commits. Just a Git user's nightmare. Okay. So I will use FA to fetch all, and then I'll use capital F, U, or P, shouldn't matter, to pull, and we'll get these 14 commits merged. What do we got? Codegen.c changes. So our CMake lists and Codegen.c. So we basically, let's just make a little stash of what we currently have. So if you don't know git stashes, save all of your unstaged changes in a little bundle that you can reapply later. So we're just going to say, call the stash my changes or something. It's going to say, hey, now you have a stash called my changes. So now you see I've all the changes in the stash have been removed from the actual files. So all my unstaged changes are now within the stash and not in the actual files themselves. Then what we can do is pull from origin main, and all of these changes will no longer clash with our changes. And then for our changes, I'm pretty sure that we can use stash apply. We could also use stash pop. Let's use stash pop. So much like a list, pop takes the first stash, or the one that you created most recently, and it applies it to your current working index. So let's try and do that. And then you see all my changes are completely back. Everything is fine, and everything's in the proper place. No merge details that break everything. How beautiful is that? We talked about fortify source, but we never actually did it. So let's go through and do that. I added this, I think, yesterday or sometime. This should probably be somewhere else, but we're going to have it be here for now. So we're just going to use target compile definitions, I think is what it is. Can't we use egglet? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so then we can just define for the fun compiler target. Again, we'll have to change its name, but we would like to fortify the source as much as possible, please. And we should probably use a generator expression to only do this if like GCC is newer than GCC 12. But you can also just use a different C compiler like this. So if you have GCC 12, if you download it or if you build it from source, then you can just set CC, and then when you configure CMake, and then you'll never need to have CC set again. It'll just be read from the build tree cache. Effectively, you can use any compiler you want in CMake just by setting CC or CXX. Environment variables during configuration. How beautiful is that? You can also use a toolchain file, but if they're both GCC, it gets a little confusing. In any case, this should be all we need, and should just be able to use CMake build. We'll do a clean first. We'll run the executable on like the pointers example or something. Oh my god, I can't type. My pinkies don't do what I tell them to. We have a few warnings, which is unused variable single lex operator. Then let's remove it. We have parameter name, which is unused. We're just gonna comment it out in the parser. Really not important. Now what do we get? Oh, we didn't comment all of it out because it's on 2 lines. So you can see that. Now we get register name 16 defined but not used. That's fine. Register name 32 defined but not used. That's fine. We will use it as soon as we get 4-byte integers and 1 byte. I promise. Sized integers will definitely be a thing. Okay, so other than those unused functions, we have no more warnings. How beautiful is that? Alrighty. Eternal Wildfox says, victory! Build external project STL, third-party dir STL release 224.0.zip. STL options, find package, STL2 hints, F programming CMake. Nice, so you're still using find package, but you build the external project and feed what you're feeding to. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. It's very complicated. Let's make sure that code.s is working. Okay, everything looks like it's going pretty well. Eternal Wildfox says build external project is a CMake function. Yes. It's very complicated. It's cool though. You can do -d intel now in case you want to try that. Ooh, I've never tried that. I'm pretty sure we need a directive. Is that included? I spot a bug, by the way. Sirraide says yes. This doesn't look good, Sirraide. This does not look good. What's in RCX? Why does it work? What is this? He just said, that looks a bit off. Yeah, okay, I was gonna say, I don't think this is gonna work if I try it. Yeah, OX0 out of range of 32-bit displacement. Oof. Your code doesn't work, Sirraide. You didn't test it? You didn't test it! Sirraide, you made a pull request and didn't test it! Ah! Now I have to fix your code. Sirraide says I tested it. You didn't. No, it's different every time, so this is just accessing a uninitialized value. I didn't test the pointers example. What did you test? Did you test external functions? It doesn't work. I don't know why it doesn't work, but it doesn't work. We get no output now from our functions. Are we gonna have to undo this merge? Sirraide. External functions in GCD. So external functions should print A to the output. But it ain't. It's printing nothing, Sirraide. It's not working, in fact. So you tested GCD as well. Yeah, that doesn't work either. Succeeded with no output. See, you don't move the function value, the function return value into racks. It's not moved. That code looks like it should definitely print A. I mean, if it looks like it, that's okay, but it doesn't. Maybe I'm running the wrong thing? I don't think I'm running the wrong thing. Oh, chat, look at how stupid I was. I wasn't running the executable. But it doesn't work either. I knew it wouldn't work. It fails with code 5, which is an access denied in Windows, so it doesn't work still. It works when I run it. Well, that's cool and all. It just doesn't work. See, look, this is incorrect. You're adding to the stack. Why are you adding to the stack? What is this handling? Sirraide says, I see why. Right. That should no longer be there. It should never be there, yeah. So we have to figure out where that's coming from for your external function. We have to figure out what else was it? Pointers. Looks like your local variable lookup is totally broken as well. So your symbol to address thing is completely off, at least for now. We're trying to do a local variable access, and it is broken. So if we take a look, we now do, what are we doing? A variable access. And effectively, what do? We look for it. If it's a global, we codegen load global or codegen load local. So we have codegen platforms, which is codegen load local. Codegen load local, which just allocates a register. So let's think about this in code. So loading a local, variable access of putter. So that's correct, actually. It's the dereference that's going bad. Is that true? So we're trying to move racks for a variable reassignment into this left-hand side. So load local into is probably broken. It's probably only on the x86-64 platform, though. That's what it's looking like. Codegen, it's load local into. So we emit a move from memory to register. What? So it looks like this is backwards. You're saying memory to register, then you give it the register first. Is that correct? He says probably wrong in some store function. Okay, so we're probably trying to... Let's look at the reassignment then. Reassignment, because that seems like that's where we're going wrong. And we call symbol to address here. To do something wicked this way comes. So in the right-hand side result register, we store address.global, address.local. Also, the pointers example works on my system. Well, we've already gone past the fact that on your system, broken programs work. Because where you were apparently stack allocating extra, you're just subbing off the stack. Apparently, your OS or whatever doesn't care about that. But that is a big deal, and it is incorrect code. So while it may work on your system, it is not correct. Otherwise, it wouldn't produce this. I appreciate it, and I understand it can be hard to test, but it's just important to figure out what's going wrong. So this is a variable reassignment. Do you have any unstaged changes in Git? So we cogen the right-hand side. The right-hand side of a variable reassignment is the first thing we do. The left-hand side, blah, 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 recurse until it's a thing. If expression children type. This isn't correct, right? Else cogen left-hand side. So I guess that is correct, because we're checking if there is a dereference here. This is how it worked before as well. So is there a dereference here? There is a dereference here. So likely we're going down here. So cogen store is likely incorrect. Sirraide says, I don't. What I mean is there are no weird offsets in the pointers example when I run it. Odd. Well, we'll figure out what's going wrong then. Because it's not correct. I am doing an entire build, cleaning first. I am running the newly generated executable from the proper same build directory, BLD, and then I'm just feeding it examples pointers. I put a screenshot in general. Dereference variable access putter, move 16 RBP RCX, rack 0 RCX. I mean, yeah, that's how that should work. Ideally, if there was a 0, we just wouldn't print anything. So with the negative 56. Yeah, so you can see it's correct on your system, but not on mine. Unless you manage to find somewhere else that says negative 56. Because there are places where it does work. Like in address of. But it looks like for me, reassignments are completely borked. And it looks like here be dragons. right? Sirraide says, that's weird. It is very weird. So Codegen Store has something incorrect. Codegen Store. So that's probably in Codegen Platforms. I'm starting to get it. And it just says Codegen Store x86-64. So x86-64. Move register to memory source address 0 offset. Okay, I think we're gonna have to do like a very specific debug here with like a breakpoint exactly here to figure out what the hell is going on. So let's just do that. Maybe the 0 at the end is a problem? What's the 0 at the end? Or maybe you have to cast it to int64t. Oh, that's probably what it is. It's a wrong size integer on the stack. That's definitely what it is. The last variadic argument. So are there any other places where you pass? Do you know? See? That should be an int64t. That should be an int64t. Oh, Lord. No, that's a character wants quotient. We're good. We're good. So it's only in... Oh, God. How do we find all the numbers? Effectively, it seems like it's only in the f-emit. So we got to look for f-emit and then numbers within these. Okay, looking for literal numbers in f-emit. We have the int64 0 that we just did. We have no problems elsewhere. That seems suspiciously like it should be an int64t. Windows passes that on the stack, that would explain it. Yep, integer literals and variadic calls should always be cast to int64t. That's true. Which is probably just a comment above femit x86-64 that says, hey, if you're going to use this, pass in an int64t. Don't pass in any other type of number. So this is a literal, is it not? Is this meant to be an offset? I think this is an int64t. Right? I think that's this case here. Femit. Okay, no numbers. Femit, no numbers, no numbers. That's an enum. This is actually all very beautiful code, I just want to mention. This is very good. Okay, I think that's all that is. Well, I'm going to go down now, see if I can't find anything else. There's just that one int64 in Codegen Store, which I think is what was popping us. What is this? This is probably another case. Is this true? Pretty sure that's another case. Sirraide says, well, that's a stupid bug, lol. It's not your fault, though. That's because Linux can pass 6 args and registers and Windows only 4. Yep. Pretty much. It's not stupid. It's just implementation-based. I fixed it. Great intuition pointing me to the proper place, by the way. Everything looks to be working now. And then there's something that's bothering me. Right? So we just femit a move register to memory. Right? So we should do register to memory on iMove. So let's find the iMove switch, right? somewhere. Here it is. Okay. So in which case was it? Register to memory. So f init x86-64 register to memory. And effectively, we are doing it. We're going to say if offset do thing, else do other thing. Because it's driving me crazy with this 0 offset. We just don't need that. No offset needed. Beautiful. I suppose 0 dereferencing register is kind of jank, lol. Yeah, it's just, I couldn't stand it. It was getting to me. I'm like, that doesn't need to be a 0 there. And technically, doesn't there need to be a, I guess not, since it's part of the address thing. See, that's always confusing. Like, why don't these need literals? But they're not literals. And then in Intel syntax, just remove the +0. Oh, bless. Thank you. I'm not, you know, intelligent. So this is if there is an offset. And effectively, it's the same thing as above. Except that. So we have mnemonic with plus blah, blah, blah. Okay, there we go. In AT&T syntax, we should probably have the $. I don't know. I don't think so. Just blah, yeah. Sirraide says, I think the $. Is optional. See, so that's what gets me. Like, this is a literal, which can be moved into a register. This isn't a literal, but there's still a literal integer in the assembly. So I'm not sure, should this have a $, so that the literal integer is parsed correctly? Or should this be a different syntax entirely for a literal and a memory access? Do you know what I mean? An offset memory access. I don't know. In any case, hopefully, did that work? I think it worked. It worked in AT&T syntax. So now let's do -d Intel and try it out. I've never seen this before. Oh, weird. All this looks weird. This is awesome. Very cool. Very, very cool. Does it work? It does! Hey, we fixed it. Shell command failed with code 6.9. Pog. Intel syntax complete. Hey. How about that? How about that? So then when we have a NASM format, all we'll really have to do is change the section directives and like the entry point, and we're going to be golden. We're ready for NASM. Sirraide says, Intel syntax. Now it finally looks normal. See, this looks so weird to me. Everything's backwards. Oof. It works, though. It works. That's the most important part. So we now have... Is it AT&T? How did you type AT&T? Just ATT. Okay. Also, that was a beautiful example of how our compiler is very user-friendly, and it tells you what you did wrong and how to fix it. Amazing error messages in this PR. So still, I'm making sure the only warnings we have are the 2 unused functions. That's totally fine. We do not worry about unused function warnings. At least in this case, because we're going to use them. We just don't yet. So generated coda output file code.s, that's right here. And everything is looking hunky-dory. So what else didn't work? External function. Okay, that still didn't work. So we're still doing adds when we absolutely should not be. So in cogen.c, this is a function call. So let's follow it. So when we clean up call, oh, okay, I already know where it's going to be. Okay, so restore racks if it was in use. Okay, we're not going to use like an if like this. We always want braces around the if. I didn't see this before, but that is something we want to do. Style-wise, or at least something I like. Restore racks if it was in use. Because function return value clobbered it. Clean up the call state. So, what is this? So if rack's in use, add 8. Why does this happen twice? Sirraide says, okay, we clean up calls by moving RBP into RSP now. Where? We have adding 8 to the stack pointer. I don't see that in the cleanup call function. Is that somewhere else? Namin? Sirraide says, sorry, not calls, functions. Okay. It's in the function epilogue. Thank you. That's perfect. Epilogue. So we move base pointer to stack pointer, which means we don't... Why is this important? We clean up calls by moving RBP into RSP now. That won't work if we ever push or pop anything. We need to keep the stack pointer, like add back to it if we subtract from it, though. Otherwise it'll just grow forever, like this, right? Because the problem is, if we push to an internal call, we're going to push the arguments. We don't want to just, like if it's recursive, we don't want to just keep pushing and never subtracting that, or adding it, as the stack does. That's the whole point of base pointer. The whole point of base pointer is to have a known environment for your functions, actually. Just so you can know, oh, that's where that goes. Base pointer can be used to restore the stack pointer, like it is already, right? But it's not, if in a recursive function, that will never get run. You'll call yourself before doing this. Mr. Mugame says, what kind of BS is leak code? I just submitted, uncommented a line, submitted and put it back and submitted, and made 30 milliseconds. Yeah, it's definitely just a game. Sirraide says, yeah, after a call, we should probably clean up the stack. You're right. True, just not twice. And not for external calls. So where is it happening is what I'm confused about. Where is it actually being emitted? It seems like it's happening somewhere implicitly, because it's not in cleanup, is it? Oh, here it is. So case function type external, add immediate to register, RSP, call arg count times 8. This is supposed to be internal. This is external. Sirraide says, oh, that's wrong. Yep, it's okay. So effectively, can we put all this in here if we're gonna do like this? Right? I think that's not too crazy. Swap internal and external, yeah. I think this makes sense, does it not? Sirraide says no. What's the issue? What other case? No other case is gonna happen. This will still fall through and clean up this. This still only happens when it's external. The rack stuff has to be outside. Why? So, are you saying, oh, it has to happen for internal as well? So the thing is, the racks code has to, internal has to fall through and clean up racks, as well as cleaning up this. I see what you're saying. So this would say pop arguments off the stack. So we're going to have this switch say clean up stack from function call. This is only needed if arguments were passed on the stack. Cool. The rack stuff has to be outside. Internal functions also use racks. Perfect. Yep. Sirraide says also internal and external being swapped was a common bug. Well, it sounds like then there should just be an if instead of a switch. You know what I mean? If generally keeps it simpler. So I'm not surprised that I got it wrong here. I see. And this, I feel like we should have panic x86-64 to tell that we are in what backend. Or at least include that in here with some macro or preprocessor directive that says like x86-64 panic prefix or something. Just have something that is to know, let the user know. Like the user seeing this is not really going to help. You know what I mean? Oh, no call to clean up, aborted, core dumped. It's like, oh, cool. Thanks. You know what I mean? It doesn't really help. We want these all to be. I just do hashtag define panic x86-64. Yeah, I don't really like that because panic is already a function in the code base, a global function that's included. So I don't want to have a preprocessor directive stomp on it. I know what you're saying, though. I think the panic with the, like, do it the other way around. So make a macro like this, and it'll basically be, I guess we could do this. Oh, at the top of the C file. I like you. Okay. So you're saying up here, basically, we would define panic as panic x86-64, and then we'd have like some no return. Is that how that works? Panic, char pointer, format, ... Oh god. Something like this. And then this would call panic with format plus thing. Sirraide says, also, better idea. I'll make a macro real quick. One sec. Lamal, you're the best. Okay, so at this point, internal function call. Type. I won't change the panic thing. I am going to push my changes fairly soon here if we have everything up into working order. That looks much better. We still add 8 RSP here for some reason. We should not, but we do. That's for this. So Rax isn't being pushed. So Rax is only pushed if it's in use. So we only need to pop it in use. Yeah. Eternal Wildfox says 1 sec is long past. Lamau. Okay, that's looking much better. Hey, we did it. Hey, we fixed it. Sirraide says that's true, lol. So effectively, I think... Ooh, we could probably use stringization in the macro. I think I may be onto what your idea is, Sirraide. Clean up the call state. So can we have nested function calls, like as arguments to other function calls? I don't think this allows for that. So I think this would break a large portion of the programming language. Just implement panic in terms of assert. That's a great idea. I'd recommend that. Examples. Excuse me? Okay. So we have a little function here, 69, a reassignment to a function, which is like call int or whatever. And then we have a function call of foo, yep, with a variable access of 69. So I guess this wouldn't be the issue. So the issue I'm thinking about is nested calls. A is an integer returning thing, which takes in an integer, which equals an integer returning thing, which takes in an integer. Okay, yes, I know. Sirraide says, I'm not sure nested calls would work. You're right about that. Yeah, that's a huge issue. That is a huge issue. So, and then we just want to return n plus 1. So if we had a of 0, then this program should be what? Sirraide says, we should implement a linked list. That would solve the problem. I love you, Sirraide. I love you. Shouldn't be too complicated, honestly. If you if you ever implement a linked list as a solution, you immediately, it's like, yes, do it. Eternal Wild Fox says, well, I got SDL from an extracting with CMake working, now still the download from GitHub itself and linking from a zip extracting. So yeah, we're gonna have to generate, we're gonna have to implement some sort of call stack, because as you will see, I guess it may only matter for external functions. Is that true? We move 16 into racks, we move run into RCX, we add racks to RCX, we move RCX into racks. So we just move off the stack and apply. So when we call it A, we move the integer 0 into racks and push it. You can see that's cleaned up here after the call of the variable access of A. So that's all fine and dandy, but calling A of 0, I'm pretty sure is where the problems happen. So you see it's a function call. And the idea is, oh boy, so function call A, move 0 and push it, move the address of the function into racks, call racks. So that should work for that function call. I'm just curious. And then we push racks, but never pop it, which is something to be concerned about, right? I guess we push racks for, yeah, see, we push racks here and then never pop it. I don't know. We'll see. Mr. Mugme says, I'm done with LeetCode. Worst, most useless problems ever. What is this? I don't even understand what I should do, and if I understand the problem, I don't understand why anybody would ever have input, want to do that, or have input like that. You're correct. Sirraide says, that's why there was an add8 RSP in Codegen cleanup. I think. That doesn't make any sense, though. Because if racks isn't in use, you're basically, you're saying this should be here. Should this be here? I don't think it should be here. So it says, though actually, no, you're right. Because if racks is in use, we should pop it. Yeah, we definitely need a call stack. Yeah. I'm like, this isn't going to work. We're just mangling, because when we clean up call, we're mangling our call arg count for the parent. Well, really, we're doing that when we set up call, but it doesn't matter. So the racks in use little ditty here is not working properly just because of the call stack not being implemented. It's okay. But yeah, so when we try and move A of rip into racks and call racks, you can see that we've pushed racks, which doesn't really make any sense because it contains a memory address, right? So we don't need to save the function's memory address that we're calling. There's definitely a call stack that should be implemented. So in Arch data, also, Sirraide, do you want to do this? I'm going to ask you before I start doing it. Do you want me to just commit everything all the fixes I have now and let you do this part? Or do you want me to take a stab at it? This call stack. We're basically just going to need some sort of call stack here. Sirraide says, I can do that real quick. All right, let me push, and then you can pull, and then you can start working on that, if that makes any sense. That's just an unused parameter we got rid of. Unused parameter, we can get rid of those. Sirraide says, maybe add an example that tests that. I will. I'll add the nested calls example. So we're gonna, I'm gonna do a few commits. So I'm gonna do parser, remove, oh god, no. Why? Why do you do this? Don't screw up Git, please. It screwed up Git. Why? Why do? Goddamn Emacs. No. No. Stop. Ugh. Ugh. Get the back, please. Okay. Yes. Perfect. Parser. Remove unused parameters. Okay. Step 1. We can get rid of something wicked this way comes. We fixed it. Yes, we no longer need this comment either. Okay, so here, Codegen exclude offset from reg to mem. Exclude offset when it is 0 or *_reg to mem. I think that's fine. Yeah, we'll just say blah. Okay, exclude offset. What else do we have? We added a new line at the end of the file. So that would be the stack cleanup, and this would be the casting integer literals or values. So we'll say codegen /x8664 cast 64-bit integer variadic arguments. So cast integer literal variadic arguments to int64t. Yep, sure. Okay, what else do we got? And then we have Arch data. So with this little fix, we say codegen x8664 fix function call invalid function call code cleanup code. Effectively, internal and external function call types were simply swapped. As well, there is no need to add to stack when racks is not in use, as racks is no longer saved unless it is in use. I think that makes somewhat of sense. Oh, I forgot the examples. We'll do that nested call example as well. Alrighty, so this will be examples. Add nested function call example. Sure. This ensures that the result of a function call can be passed as an argument to another function call. Nested call generation. It doesn't really ensure, but it just is a program that does that. It's fine. And we're just going to push all of those. We should be fine pushing to main because we just merged, so then you should be able to pull and start a new branch if you would like. Or just do it on main, I really don't care. Beautiful stuff, beautiful stuff. I really want to add the reference and everything as well. Maybe I should. Should I add the reference? Should I do that now? Sirraide? I don't really want to move it into docs yet. We'll see. We'll see. We'll just keep it that with these. But yeah, we just need to do a little call stack implemented here. Shouldn't be too difficult. We have a lot of linked lists. Sirraide says, yeah, sure, why not? Okay, it's going in. We're doing one more commit and push it. Reference.text. I kind of want it to be in docs. Yeah, I think that makes more sense. So we're going to effectively go, whoops, reference.text, rename file into docs/reference. And we're just going to call this programmer's manual. Why not? I like reference. I like reference.text as a name. No such file or directory. We'll make directory. I didn't think that would be an issue. Okay, so now docs/reference.text. Perfect. We can now delete. Reference. Yep, delete. What else? And delete. Okay, and then we can kill and run PDF latex here. Beautiful. And you can also use pandoc to convert this into a website. You could do a lot of things, but we're just going to have docs add in. And then we're going to add some ignores. So */star.aux log out PDF HTML CSS JavaScript PDF output HTML output. I think that's pretty good. Yes, the .git ignore as well. And ignore all these, please. Okay. Then just give me the one. Okay, we made it back. So now we have reference.text, we have git ignore. I think this is good. I think this is good. And we will say docs add experimental programmer's manual. We'll just say work in progress programmer's manual. Sure. We still want to add doxygen and everything. Okay, Shift B, push into main. Beautiful, beautiful. We now have reference.txt. How amazing. I wish GitHub could display these better. I'm not sure why it doesn't. Sirraide says nice. But yeah, that should be our last commit for this stream today. So if anybody would like to start making PRs, poll now. We made like 20 commits today, so lots to change, lots to update. But I think this is much better. That reference is much better than whatever our reference was before, right? This is at least a lot more detailed. Here. Thanks. PDF. There we go. Yeah, this is a lot more detailed and hopefully a lot more helpful to everybody that uses it. Yeah. Alrighty. Alrighty. Nice. Absolutely, everybody. Thank you. Haha. So cool. That is really crazy that the calling convention, the different ABIs between Linux and Windows, is what caused that. Xnucito says, you can send this PDF? Absolutely, Xnucito. First time chat from a viewer, by the way. I'm sure you were lurking for a while based on what you said. It's so good to see you, Xnucito. Thank you for tuning in whenever you may have. And thank you for watching. Yeah, let me send this PDF. I'll do it on the Discord. No problem. We now have the reference.txt in the Fun Compiler GitHub repo, so you could just build it if you have a LaTeX distribution on your system. If you do not, go ahead and join the Discord down below, and let me upload a PDF for you really fast. Where are we at? Docs, PDF. And this is at Xnucito, which you're not even in here, ttv at Xnucito. Here is the PDF you asked for. There you go. But yeah, it's definitely a work in progress, and not everything that's described in the reference PDF is implemented actually in the language itself yet. But almost all of it is, so everything there should stay pretty concrete. Sirraide says, yeah, that's a weird bug. It is. Xnucito says, I'm already in the Discord. Is your name Xnucito? I just don't know what it is. I'm sorry. Is it cooked potato? I'll at you if I could. RPWH says, yeehaw! How's it going, RPWH? You showed up right at the end. We've already been streaming over 3 hours, almost 3.5 now. RPWH is one of our contributors for the channel. We love him a lot around here. Xnucito says, I followed your videos on YouTube, but I have never seen the lives. Hey! I'm glad you could make it. I'm really glad. It is, you have made it. You're gonna be in a video now. Look at this. Xnucito. Shout out Xnucito. Shout out RPWH. Shout out Sirraide. Oh, Eternal Wildfire. Oh, you in the stream? You in the video? I'm just messing with you. RPWH says, I've been setting up a Linux partition on my machine. Missed the notification. Well, as long as there was no data loss, then that's what we care about. Xnucito is Cartman, apparently. Ooh, we've learned something. Yes. No problem. Also, what is that? This is counting money with a picture of an ass. This is truthfully Cartman's Discord account from South Park. Mom, I'm in the live! Lamau. I'm gonna get banned from Twitch for showing that. No, I'm just kidding. They're gonna be like, you can't show that much money when it's not yours. Come up with some new stupid rule. Lamau. Xnucito, Mom, I'm in the live. I really like that. But yeah, we have a basic reference, language reference now that is much better than just our little example in the README before. and our little like, oh, it's this. Mr. Mugume says, there is worse stuff on Twitch. It's true, doesn't mean I won't get banned. You think Twitch treats its creators fairly? Pog. RPWH says, draw a hot tub. That's right. Just Photoshop, like through OBS, just show an image of a hot tub in the corner and be like, see? Lamau. Mr. Mugume says, not that I'm watching that, a friend told me. Lamau. But yeah, we are doing much better now. We're doing much better. I think this is good. I think this is a good place to stop. We could think about starting on type checking, but I think we want to solidify code gen a little bit more, this refactor. Because we could start working on it in like the parser and stuff. Xnucito says, yep, lol, a friend. RPWH says, crazy that there's an actual hot tub category. I mean, people got to get their rocks. I mean, people have to come. I mean, people have to, you know, be entertained by people in hot tubs, right? I mean, they're so funny. That's why everybody watches. They're really great comedians, and that's what really grinds our gears, right? Sirraide says, almost done with the call stack. Ooh, that's impressive. You did that fast. RPWH says, what are we doing in software and game dev? Where's my hot tub? You're effectively, where's my hot tub? I should do like an actual hot tub stream one day, where I just am in like nothing but shorts, and I just stream from the hot tub. If it's before the face reveal, then that means you'll just get neck down too. I'll be like, oh yeah, I can't show my face, I'm not doing a face reveal. Or I'll just wear a mask. Well, I could wear like a Halloween mask, that'd be pretty pog. Who wants to see the skinniest, tallest dude in a hot tub headless? Raise your hand. Lamau. We're going to the hot tub category, boys. That's our series arc. Season 100. Hot tubs. Xnucito waves. Uh-oh. I may have to do it now. So, I'm pretty sure that to parse... Where are we? The parser has grown quite large. So, effectively, when we get a symbol that is not known to us, it's not an integer, or eventually something else, I guess, like any literals. Any literals are checked for here in this top level if-else. I guess then we check for a lambda literal. So first we check for integer, literal, lambda, literal. And if that doesn't work, then we say, okay, it's just some symbol. Anything that's not a lambda or an integer, it's a symbol. So let's try and figure out what this symbol is, because some symbols have special meanings, like at, and if. And effectively, at is a dereference, and is an address of. If is an if condition, obviously. An if statement, if expression in this language, because it returns a value. So after getting a symbol that is unknown, we check if there's an array index operator. But if we actually just get the array index operator, the open square bracket, then we could call that a typecast. I'm pretty sure this will be fine. So I'm just going to add fix me experimental and not implemented in type checker or Codegen backends yet. Okay, and this is the symbol that we got. So if we get an open brace, then we should try and what? Well, there should be a type and then an expression as a child of this new node. Okay, so effectively, what we're going to do is say that there's a typecast, right? Also, I just had a great idea. We should have like node type intermediate, or like debug or something that we can use and without altering node type max. So we can comment out the debug one and we can add in our own without breaking all the asserts in the future. So we're just going to call it a cast. So when casting from value to value, or what do we have to do? So we have to have some parse type, right? And the idea is, as described in the reference, there can only be a base type casted between. You can't cast between complex types. And this is going to be, we're basically going to have to say, okay, cast type is equal to node allocate. Again, we really got to fix up node allocation, but it's not a big deal. Totally easy to do. It's like a 5-minute fix that I haven't done in months. It's really funny. So if error, if this is an error, return it. All right, sorry, I just had to respond to a text. A little bit of silence there. Ooh, Sirraide says, all right, opened a PR, and yes, I tested it. Lamau. I was just messing with you on the last PR. I know that you definitely tested it. I was like, did you make it and not test it? I was just being facetious. No description provided. Lol. I don't think there needs to be one. So effectively, we get a stack frame, which has a bunch of data. And which stack frame we are in is called current call. Yep. We can only see your Emacs. Bless, Sirraide. I thank you so much. Thank you so much. So effectively, we have a arch data current call type def struct stack frame call type. So our arch data got converted into a linked list, and then that linked list is now part of our arch data. I think that makes a lot of sense. We could just have this linked list within arch data, but I think in case we want to add anything else, it's good to have that be a separate linked list. And I kind of like having stack frame be a type. So now current call, racks in use. And let's see, create a new stack frame, push it onto the call stack. See, we're only ever going to need to do this once, so there doesn't need to be any helper or anything. I just had a mini, like, I think we only ever do this once when preparing a call. There's no other situation in which we'll create a new stack frame. And if there is, we're going to be doing some funky stuff. So assert that current call is a thing. Cannot add argument if there is no call in progress. Nice, so the linked list has to be at least of length 1. Can I add argument if call has already been performed? Okay, interesting. So when we clean up, we can assert that a call was performed. And this is basically just very, very, yeah, I like it. This is very good. So this means that the API can no longer be misused. The program will crash and tell the developer, hey, this doesn't work. This is beautiful. Great job, Sirraide, by the way, with these asserts all across these. This makes the entire backend so much better. And obviously it makes it better because it actually works. That might be part of it. In any case, we get our parent, we free the current call, and then say the current call equals parent. Free current call, I think that's fine because stack frame is an enum. Arg count, yeah, they're all values. So it says, yeah, haha. It's beautiful, it's beautiful. I like the int64t, that's a good sign. We have call type. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Okay, this looks perfect. This looks perfect. Also, Sirraide, thank you so much for doing this. This was so fast, and it's an amazing fix because everything should actually work now. I'm just gonna merge it. I think everything looks great. It's pretty impressive. I'm gonna have to stash everything again. Yeah, I might not. I didn't touch Codegen. Yeah, we should be good. Just Codegen changed. The architecture, arch. All right, we're gonna do our merge-a-poo. Yeah, we're just gonna rebase and merge. It's a good name. Sirraide says, I had a very clear idea of what needed to be done, so I basically just had to type in all the code. That feels so good when it's almost like you've already wrote the program in your head, and all you're doing is like, I just have to write it down now. It's very beautiful when you get to that stage. Do FA for a fetch all, capital FU for a poll. Shouldn't be any merge conflicts. Perfect. And now we should be able to do our little test now. Nested calls. Hey. Oh yeah, I changed node type max. That's on me from the parser. I was like, wait, what? I remember I added the cast. Cast. Yep, I know. Okie dokie. How's it looking? Ooh, we should handle the increment case, I just realized. Probably just within the emit add, within x86-64. So when we emit an add, we can emit increment instead, if possible. I guess that would mean that our result register has to stay the same. I think it's doable. Yeah, emit add should handle that. Nice. I love that all these optimizations are going to be so easy to make, and like where to implement them is so clear now. It's really cool. You've improved the code base so much. So we have nested function calls now. I think it's correct. Is it correct? Uh-huh. Yeah. Nice. That took me a second, but yeah, that's totally correct. This is for this, right? Oh no, that's for that. Oh, beautiful. So this function call handles itself, and then this function call handles itself. So we're pushing racks here. So we have 0 into racks. So this is the first argument. We call it. Our result is in racks now. By the way, do you want an optimize flag that turns all the optimizations on off in case we need to debug something? I think we already have something like that. It's just not being used. Yes. Ideally, optimization... Okay. I think optimization should have different types of optimization, because we can optimize an AST and then we can optimize the output code, and those are different things. So when we are talking about like optimizing this code and saying like, oh, make an increment instead of an add, those should not be options, I don't think. This type of optimization should just be in the backend, and it's kind of just does it. Like if we're doing loop unrolling, that's different, right? But if we're doing something like just making it more efficient, I think we should just add it. But if we're making an optimization where it's like, oh, 4 or 8 array accesses in a row, or 4 dereferences in a row can be converted into actually a vector move instead of a move, and then it's like, that stuff I think should be changeable. Same thing with move racks and stuff like that. Exactly. Mr. Mugume says optimization is for people whose code works, which is not me. Well, you're going to love our language because every program that is valid works. Sirraide says it optimizes moves away if the source and dest are the same. Yeah, I don't think it would make any sense to like keep those in any scenario, right? I don't think it would ever be helpful. If you can think of one, let me know, but I seriously can't. So I think this would be like this. So we make this call, eat the parameter, return values in racks. We make this call after pushing racks because that's the return value of this. That's kind of beautiful. I like that. And it failed with the proper code, code 2. So now we can have function calls. We can define the piano axioms. That's what I just realized. Wait. This is literally piano axioms. I didn't realize at first. This is literally piano axioms. Piano succession function. It's beautiful. So you can actually define any number in all of math just like this. Mr. Mugme says, let my hands touch that language. I don't think you can save any. You are safe anymore. Lamau accidentally invents natural numbers. It's true though. This is literally how natural numbers work. It would just mean that we always have to start with a of 0. We should make a language like that, where 0 is the only number defined, and every number has to be defined as a function like this. So 1 would be like an integer returning thing, and it equals an integer returning function. Just as a of 0, or like s of 0. That would be the syntax for piano succession. Beautiful. So then you could do 1 plus 1, and it would equal s of 0 plus s of 0, which equals s of 0, which equals 2 in decimal. Isn't that beautiful though? Natural numbers are so much fun to play with. Exnucidos is the best syntax ever. I mean, other than this little doubleness here, we're doing pretty good. Sirraide says, it's called lambda calculus. It's called lambda calculus. Can we insert a lambda? We can, right? Yeah. There it is. Look at our beautiful lambda. You mean a lambda calculus? Always have to figure out, do I spell calculus with an A? Like, what goes at the end here? It's such a weird word. Lambda calculus. It is really beautiful stuff, though. Oof. I love it. Oh, we should write a mathematical proof for natural numbers in our language. Lol. Just define all of mathematics. Always have that problem when I need to spell separate. Oh my god, you too? Okay, so I write separate every time, and I write separate with an E, like an idiot. Every time I write separate like this, because who says separate or separate? It's separate. Ooh, the only reason I managed to remember how to spell it is because I know Latin. You know Latin? That's pretty impressive. I know like Greek morphemes. That's the best I got in English. Other than that, it's like, ooh, I got nothing. S of 0 of S of 0. Should be 3. Sirraide says, I had Latin in school for like 6 years. Now that's impressive. In America, learning other languages in school is a joke. It's literally not possible. It's just vocabulary tests on 10 words a week, and you pass 100%. Isn't that sad? I went to Spanish. I don't know any Spanish. I know, like, words. I know some words. Other than that, got nothing. Expect... if expected dot found, we'll say error prep syntax. So it says, I mean, I also had Spanish in school, but I don't know any Spanish either. Lol. Mr. Mugme says, I had French for 4 years. All I know from that is that I had 4 years of French. Lamau. It's true though. It's like I don't know any of the language. I didn't retain a single bit of it. So effectively, we would like to say a typecast expression must there must be a closing square bracket blip after a typecast expression. After a type within a typecast expression. I think that makes some amount of sense. Okay, then we're gonna say node child continue. So effectively what we're saying here, if you don't understand, we're in a while loop right now. And what we're gonna say is that working result is set to a cast, right? That's what it is. And then we add a child to this working result, which is a new expression that we will then continue and parse into that, which may be another typecast, or it may be anything of the sort. Okay, so Sirraide says, I only know a bit of Portuguese, and I have no idea how the spelling works. In response to Ex Nocito asking about Portuguese. Okay. So it's not going to work, really, but we could definitely get something going if I give it an example and say typecasting, and we should have integer from like 5. This should work. It should fail, but it should work. Type is not found in environment. Which one? That's interesting. So I wonder if the type included... I'm not sure what's going on there. So maybe there needs to be a space there? No? Nada. Type is not found in environment. Okay. Oh, I know why. I always do this. Oh my. Advanced Lexer. See, we string compare here. We don't expect. So that means that we cannot quite do the same thing. We can expect for this one, though. We normally can't expect, but we can expect for this one. Oh no, because we already have the token. So expect... Yeah, this should work. Sirraide says, casting an array element is going to be funny, syntactically speaking. We can't cast arrays. That's the idea, because this is a base type. So how we parse is effectively a base type is an integer, like any built-in type, as well as pointers, any amount of pointer and direction to those types. So like integer and byte will both be base types, or in pointers, any amount of pointer and direction on those. Whereas arrays and stuff, they're not handled in parse base type, they're handled in parse type. So they're actually complex types, if that makes sense. Ooh, not casting to an array type, accessing an array element and casting it. That should be, I think, okay. Int array at 0. It's going to look like that, right? If we wanted to make it into a byte or an integer or something like that. It is going to be very interesting. So many square brackets. I mean, yeah. What else would you prefer? We can do that. It really doesn't matter. we can do colons like that. There are a lot of things we could do. I just want to make sure it makes any amount of sense. I'm kind of liking the colon, but that would mean we can't use it for type inference like we were gonna. But yeah, so we'll make a note and say note square bracket syntax is for sure temporary, is for sure experimental, and likely temporary. Sirraide says, I wouldn't recommend angle brackets. You saw what I had to do to get those to work. My favorite cast syntax is variable as type. Yeah, we're not doing that. Xnucito says integer array. What? I'm not sure what you mean, Xnucito. Because we're talking about type casting. So this is an integer array variable declaration, right? So this is an array variable declaration. This is a typecast to integer of variable of array index of variable access of variable access int array. I don't know. I think it's okay. Or we'll do pipes. We could do pipes. Integer pipe int array 0. That could be a typecast. It really doesn't matter to me. Syntax can be temporary. Okie dokie. Ooh, this is in the wrong spot. What do you know? Perfect. Okay, so now when we parse this, we should hopefully see something happen. So we have a variable declaration int array. We get to here, still not getting here very well because invalid syntax unknown symbol left bracket. Okay. So it seems like we are going to have to do a string compare, sadly. And a lex advance. Etc. Whoop. Symbol value symbol equals 0. So advance the lexer. I think just like that. And you can see that we actually got all the way through it. And you can see that it became a none. And we have an array index of 0 in the variable access int array. Perfect. So if we go back and simplify this a little bit, you can see that, what do we get? We get program none. But the none has an integer 5 child. So effectively, we didn't add the cast type as a child, which was our one major mistake. So now you can see that we are going to generate a cast node type once we fix all of our asserts. And that will effectively create a cast node instead of a none node. And this cast node will have its cast type. So we're casting to an integer here with a no pointer in direction. And we're casting the expression int 5. Alrighty. And with that, we have successfully handled in the parser typecasting. Okie doke. Is there an easy way? How can we easily implement typecasting between every base type. Can we generalize typecasting? I mean, we could generalize typecasting of integers for sure, where it would basically be like cast signed of this size to signed of this size. Sirraide says yeah. So we're effectively going to have typecasting be its entire own like generalized thing, where we're going to have these types. So I think it may be a good idea to convert. Okay, what if we restored the result type in the actual node? It's not a bad idea. Sirraide says you'd basically implement a zero extend sign extend. That's how I would do it. Yeah, exactly. We're talking about the same thing. So basically, you would have, but we also need the other way, Sirraide, because we're not just casting upwards. Because we're going to need byte. Also, look at me writing in my language and not C. We're going to need byte to integer and integer to byte. We're going to support both. That's how I do it. And truncate, yeah. So we're basically going to have like signed to unsigned, right? These are both signed, so it doesn't really matter. We don't have to worry about that yet. We'd basically just have extend and truncate, and then sign extend and zero extend, and sign truncate and zero truncate. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. As far as this goes, we have a good start for typecasting. Also, did I fetched and pulled the pull request already, right? Keep track of the call stack properly. Yes, I did. Basically, the Codegen backend would expose sign extend, zero extend, truncate. Yeah. And I think truncate would just be reading a smaller amount of bytes from the bottom of an existing one. Or I guess from the bottom of an existing one that's smaller or equal. Yeah. Okie doke. I think that's pretty good for typecasts in the parser. Let's check out our asserts and say max equals. So in node compare, what are we comparing? So if the type matches, return 1. Is that what we're doing? If it's a cast? No, we would have to check a bunch of stuff. But all children are already checked. So a typecast, basically if they are equal, they are equal. If all the children match. Exactly. Okie doke, that should work. Node text for a typecast, that's totally doable. Perfect. Sirraide says, I might also try adding an LLVM back into this once I'm familiar with that, and it would be a good test of how generic our Codegen interface really is. Unless you want to do that, of course. By all means, go for it. Go for it. I am never going to be interested in LLVM. No, that's an overstatement. But basically, I just have an inherent dislike for LLVM. So if you'd like to maintain that code base and make sure that any updates we make are also eventually ported to LLVM, then that's cool. But I don't know if I'm going to actually be able to work with it. And the problem is LLVM requires so much linking, and I guess we could just compile to LLVM text-based IR. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. Because then I can deal with that. I can help with outputting IR, but if we have to actually use LLVM, that's not, it's not in my wheelhouse. Sirraide says, I usually just generate LLVM IR manually. Yeah, that's probably the way to go. No need to link against liblllvm. Yeah, that's the way to go then. If you know, if that's possible and you know, and you've done it, then let's absolutely do that. a typecast from an expression. Yeah, a typecast contains two children. 1. This is going to be cast type. 2. Expression to cast. Pretty easy. But yeah, Sirraide, I would totally be cool with that. An LLVM backend. It would be very cool to see how our code base is, how agnostic it is, how much it can support. Obviously, we're going to need to move the gas directives and labels, but other than that, we're doing pretty good. So that should run us into type checking. Seems like that's where we're at. And then it'll say, hey, type checking went, so it says, yeah, unhandled expression in type check expression. Typecast. So we have a developer warning, which is good. We're warning ourselves saying, hey, you added something and it's not proper. Sirraide says, do we want some kind of in-memory intermediate representation for the backend for optimizations and such, basically like an AST? I don't think so. I think that is a lot of complexity that isn't necessarily needed. Maybe in the future once we get way more into optimizations and stuff, but I think for now we should just do direct translation from our AST. Unless you have a very good reason. Because I think it'll just add so much complexity, like having to deal with another tree structure and having to build it from our tree structure and then having to convert the new tree structure into code. That's probably the easiest part, but doing the tree-to-tree conversion sounds a little complex. And it seems like it would make a new Codegen backend really hard to implement. He says, I'm not sure you can generate LLVM IR without doing that. That's my only concern. Interesting, how come? Okay, so if the Codegen backend effectively creates its own tree from the syntax tree, and then uses that data structure or whatever to then output code to the IR, as long as you can manage it, because it's the LLVM backend, I'm not going to be a large part of it. If you can manage it and it's totally understandable, and if when asked questions you can answer questions about it, then that's totally cool. If that makes sense. I just don't want code that is basically like convert an integer to a byte and then a byte into an integer and then an integer into a 64-bit integer, and then it's like we want to cut down on the conversions between data types. Okay. And effectively, Breck. The Codegen frontend wouldn't change, nor would the backend. It'd basically just be another thing in between. Alright, I'm cool with that then. I see what you're saying now. So as long as we can still just pass our AST to the Codegen backend, and it'll handle everything. That's what I'm talking about. Like if LLVM backend just kind of takes an AST, makes intermediate representation, and then makes code from that, that's totally cool. I was picturing that you were saying we should kind of make our AST into a generic thing that we pass around, and I was like, that sounds complex. But what you're describing makes a lot of sense. So yeah, Sirraide, that's totally cool. That is all cool. As long as it's kind of documented somewhere, like say, hey, this is like this because this. You know what I mean? That's really all it takes. Yes. So to do, ensure valid typecast. What is a valid typecast? So any base type, any non-pointer base type needs to be able to be interconverted. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's what I'm going to say. For example, bytes to integers, integers to bytes. Okay. Basically, the idea is that the Codegen front end calls into functions that build an IR, and then that gets sent to the back end. Like Codegen add would generate an add intermediate instruction, and then x86-64 backend would take that and actually write x86-64 add to the output file. See, I don't necessarily like that. I don't like the generalized case. Because for x86-64, generating directly from the AST is going to be more efficient, and it's going to be less complex, right? Because what is made by the parser is handled by Codegen, so it's kind of a one-to-one correspondence. For the LLVM backend, I think it would be totally cool to implement something like that, and all we'd have to add is like a generic function that says Codegen program complete, you know what I mean? Or finish program. And that would effectively, you know how our external call API works? You built that. So with the external call API, you build up your external arguments, and then the final call to the perform the call cleans up all those arguments, or the cleanup call really does, right? So the idea is that hopefully we could make the whole Codegen backend kind of that similar thing. That way, if we want to do that sort of syntax, we can. But if we don't have to, we shouldn't need to. Because x86-64 is simple enough, ironically, where we can generate directly from the AST, and that means we'll save a whole bunch of time of building this other data structure and a whole bunch of complicated heap allocations that we don't really want to do. They're probably not that complicated on second thought. That's probably not a good reason for not to do it. But reasons to do it. I think it makes sense. Keep it simple, right? We can always adapt, generalize, reuse LLVM, IR, and memory for other backends once we want to add optimizations. Yeah, we're not going to do that. If that's the direction you're going, then no, not that direction. We're not going to have LLVM, IR rule all of our backends and generate everything from that. Not cool. Optimize the AST is what you're saying. So you're saying currently we do like type checker, or this is what I'm saying we should do instead of what you're saying. That's what I should say. So instead of having Codegen like convert into IR and then into code, it just should convert like AST into code. But we can add an optimization pass here, the optimizer or whatever, optimizator, right? And this will be an AST to an AST, but it'll simplify it and make optimizations. I think that would be what you're talking about for optimizations. This is the stage that we'd kind of want to go, at least for non-Codegen based optimizations. Because we want to keep our AST as the data structure. The thing is, some optimizations are just not possible when working directly with the AST. Like what? The AST represents the entire program in complete and total, like every part of the program is in the AST. So you're not missing anything, and converting into intermediate representation, you're still using the AST. So all the data that you need for the optimizations is in the AST. So it is possible when working directly with it, but it may require, I agree that it may require some different control flow. We're not just going to be able to iterate straight over it. But that's what this optimization stage is going to be for. We can reorder the AST and go, oh, this is a loop. We can unroll it into the body 10 times, and then the AST will grow in size, or you know what I mean? Unless it's not possible. If you can give me an example of something that this won't allow for. And you can always do this, where you just add IR in here, right? That's what I'm okay with doing. You pass an AST to Codegen, it creates IR, and then it creates code at the very end. Because all of our Codegen add would call Codegen add LLVM or whatever, right? And then that would generate a build data structure, and then Codegen like complete program or something like that. Use LLVM IR data structure from Arch data to actually output code files. How are you supposed to do register level x86-64 specific optimizations when working just with the AST? What do you mean register level optimizations? So like what scenario are you talking about, right? Because in the x86-64 backend, we would effectively just have to create a, like detect multiple AST nodes in a row and output different code based on that for those types of optimizations. Is that what you're saying? But I don't know what exactly register level optimizations that you're talking about. And you can always move to this for x86-64. Just don't think we need to. Reducing redundant copies and so on. So like in 3 minus 2 plus 2, for example, then we'll generate like move 3 into racks, right? Also, look at me using my language and not C. So we'll move 3 into racks, we'll move 3 into RCX or whatever, and then we'll do a sub, right? So we sub also 2. I forget how sub works, but we want to subtract 2 from racks, and then our result is stored in racks. So in this case, we would just say in the x86-64 backend, if there is an integer literal as a child of a subtract, don't codegen the expression and generate this whole thing. Actually just use the integer literal as a literal statement here, which changes from register to register, from immediate, or from register to register to immediate to register. So effectively we just have a little if-else optimization check in the backend. That's a real-world example of a redundant copy that does not require an intermediate representation to be done, right? I think you're mixing up this optimizer doesn't have to do all optimization like we talked about. Codegen optimization can just be done. It really doesn't matter, right? Because like we already get rid of implicit moves, like, oh, moving racks into racks, that's just gotten rid of by the backend. So this type of thing as well will be handled by the backend, where we'll move 3 into racks and then realize, oh, this is a subtract with an integer literal on the right-hand side. Codegen it with an immediate to register instruction, which would look like something like this, right? And it would result in faster and smaller code. I don't know if that's necessarily easier by generating IR. Know what I mean? I think it's still just detecting the cases no matter what and handling different control flows. The thing is, common sub-expression elimination is much harder to do when you're working with an AST because the structure is more complex. You're gonna have to explain yourself. Why does that affect us? What is common sub-expression elimination, and why does it matter? You know what I mean? Like, this is a real-world example of code that our compiler currently generates that should be optimized, and we don't need the IR to do this register level specific optimization, right? So I'm just curious what exact case you're talking about, because I don't know what common sub-expression elimination means. It sounds fancy, but it doesn't help me. And if you're talking about like the a plus b thing, stop. That isn't something we're gonna do. We're gonna have accesses to A, because that's what the user is writing in the program. This shouldn't be optimized away into like use the same register and double it. I don't think that's needed. I think that's not what the programmer means either. They mean access A, access B, add them together, access A, access B, add them together, and then add those together. So if the programmer could write it in a way that makes more sense, where it's like temp is an integer equal to A plus B, and then return temp plus temp, that's doable, right? I don't know. You could also do temp times 2 to cut down on variable access. I feel like the programmer should do that level of optimization, because common subexpression elimination is incredibly complex optimization, and it doesn't really even help that much in most scenarios. It doesn't make that much of a speed increase unless you're writing very specific code that looks like this, which you almost never do in real world. So handling that in the compiler, I think, just adds complexity and adds optimizations that we don't really need to worry about. And also, we could still totally do this here. We would just have to say, every time we reach one of these, there'd have to be like a stack that we create. And we'd have to say, okay, we got A on the left, B on the right. And then in this case, we would check, okay, we already have A plus B as an operand, so does the right-hand side match that exactly, right? So you could do AST compare left-hand side and right-hand side. If equal, just use same register. Doesn't that work? Because these will generate identical A plus B, right? So this would be an add, a binop, really, with a plus, is how it would work in our language. But it's an add. And it would be of the binop plus. And it would be var access A. Yeah, I think this would work. B. And then we would have 2 of these. These are exactly equal, so we could just use the same result register if we do a comparison and test them out. So there's common subexpression elimination done for you with no intermediate representation. Sirraide, that argument does not work on me. The fact of the matter is simply that pretty much every compiler uses an IR for optimization. Good for them. I can think of some examples like mem2reg, but those are a bit too complicated to explain. I can think about this a bit more later and try to come up with an example, but also that's predicated on the notion that we want to do complicated optimization, which I don't think we do. I think we'd rather have a compiler that's easy to maintain rather than have some crazy stuff going on. And also, I'm pretty sure common subexpression elimination, we totally just solved it by comparing every time in a binary operator, compare left-hand side and right-hand side, and if they're equal, do it. And Sirraide says, if we don't want to do that, then then that isn't really necessary. True. But I'm pretty sure we can go direct from AST, right? It just means that instead of codegenning the expression every time, we do a check, a conditional check, and then either codegen the expression, or, oh, the right-hand side's equal to the left-hand side, just use the same register. I'm pretty sure. I'm really trying to understand you, like why we would want this IR like built in, like, oh, this goes to IR and this goes to IR to code. I don't think there's any reason. The AST is just fine. Because we can do architecture-specific common subexpression elimination. It's just that in my experience, optimizing without an IR is like generating code without building an AST. Cool. I think that's cool. I'm okay with that. It's possible, but it makes things more complicated. I respectfully disagree. I'd say it makes it less complicated to have one data structure. But it does mean things get, I don't know, I think it is simpler because you never have to deal with another data structure. There's no reason to, I don't think. right? Because we could even, in this optimizer stage, AST to AST, instead of binop plus, then we could say we have like binop, and it could have a special either attribute that goes here, like attribute same sides. And if same sides is true during codegen, then we can do all that. Like, I'm pretty sure this is all doable with just the AST. Just think of the AST as the IR. That'll help you out. That was a lot of thinking, but it was good. I think it was worth it. It's a valid typecast. What is a valid typecast? So any non-pointer base type needs to be able to be interconverted. This means we should probably have some way to assert the amount of base types or something. Otherwise, we'll have silent errors when adding new base types. I think that's fine. There we go. Sirraide says, I mean, what some compilers do is they reuse the main AST and just add special nodes for optimization, etc. Yeah, that's effectively what we could do as well. Like we talked about with the optimizer stage, creating AST to AST. So currently, we only have one type. It's an integer. So technically, we could remove this cast if the type is the same. We could / should remove this cast node if the cast type and return type of expression are the same. Makes sense. Sirraide says, but the thing is, compilers like Clang or GCC are also insanely complex, true, and have multiple levels of intermediate representation. So yeah, I agree that an IR is not really necessary at the moment. Awesome. I think if one is necessary, we should definitely shoot for it, because if it makes things simpler and makes things easier, let's do it. But for now, just having our AST means that we don't have to deal... Like, imagine teaching someone new how to use the codebase and how to add a new type. Like doing what I'm doing now, where we add a new node type that's handled across parsing, type checker, codegen, etc. Trying to teach them that and going, oh yeah, and then this cast gets converted into these 3 different types of intermediate representation node that get built into this new tree, and it's like, oh god. King Bun says, yeah, I would cry. Lamau. It's true. So keeping it as simple as possible for new contributors to onboard should be the best. Sirraide says, yeah, pretty much. But if we can have an intermediate representation and also have it like completely understandable to a new contributor, obviously we don't want to like make all of our code only tutorial code and like it has to be understandable by a 5-year-old. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that if we want new contributors, we should probably keep it simple. I'll say that and then I'll move on from my writing comments. So this is going to be a whole thing. Because removing a node means that we have to go to our parent node, and we don't actually know our parent node. Turns out removing nodes is incredibly complicated. Is actually impossible without a parent node pointer member. So for now, this is how it goes. But for an optimization pass, we're definitely going to need a parent node pointer member. It's going to be a doubly linked list. So for now, this type of cast is just passed through. Perfect. So we would like to type check the expression of the actual expression we're given. So that would be expression children next child. Oh god, next child. So that's after context, context to enter, expression, and then result type. So this is going to be our expression return type. Oh boy. All right. First time chat from a viewer, Nylon Dude. Is this code public? It would be cool to check it out. Hey, Sirraide with the immediate link. Faster than I could get it. Amazing. Nylon Dude, currently building my first compiler. That's very cool. Yes, this code is public, it's open source, and it's actually taking pull requests. You could work on this compiler. But yeah, me and Sirraide have been working on this compiler for a little bit now, a few weeks, I'd say. I've probably been on this for a month or two. But we've been having so much fun, and we are quickly coming up on a language that actually works and is going to actually like be useful. So effectively, we're just going to add this to a to-do. Okay. Okay. Woohoo! Nylon Dude says, thanks, that's awesome. Awesome, awesome. Sirraide says, yeah, and yeah, for semantic analysis, you really need the parent node. That is very true. Otherwise, it's going to be a lot of look ahead. Bytes to integers, integers to bytes, blah, blah, blah. So, effectively, we're going to need to say so when we type compare, we're going to need something to compare to. Oh boy. To do. This can't be right, can it? So we're going to have an integer type. But this is going to be a node. So let's say we have node integer type, just like this. Why is it mad, by the way? Am I missing something? Redefinition of integer type with a different type. So that's already a thing. So we would like basically int type. Sure. Int type dot. Why is egglet not working at all? Company mode? No. It got disabled somehow. Lamau. But yeah, Nylon Dude, I'm very glad that you have found this open source code. Hopefully it interests you and helps you. Okay. Node byte type. Again, this isn't done. But this isn't what we need. We actually need the symbols. So this is actually going to be something like this. I'm pretty sure this is how it's done. At least how it should be done. Uh-huh. Sure. Do thing. So we have a byte type and an integer type. And we would basically like to say if type compare of cast type. Oh boy. Cast type is expression children, by the way. So we can actually just add that as a little ditty here. So if cast type is of int type, integer can be converted to byte, and for now that would be it. Else if blah blah blah. Yes, I know this is horrible, by the way. It is not allowed. What do we have? Typecast between invalid types. We'll say detected typecast between invalid types. I guess we should probably just return an error. There's no reason to panic here. And this is going to be error type. Detected invalid types in typecast expression. I don't know if that makes any sense. We're going to print the node, though. We're going to just do that. I don't know if it's going to help. I don't know what's going to happen. And now we're hitting assert max equals 14 and codegen.c. It's all cool with me. In the codegen, I don't even know what this is going to have to do, man. We're going to have like our own, an entirely new API added for typecasts. Oof. So this comparison is, this little tree here, is something we're going to need a lot. And then... Okay. So effectively, this is going to go here. And we're going to say if type compare. Pretty sure type compare returns a Boolean-like value. Yeah, if types are equal, we'll return 1. So if cast type and expression type are equal, then there actually nothing has to be done. Just break. Else, we have some stuff to do. And that's when we check the base type. But first, check or reinterpret type kind of typecast. Pointer to pointer. Okay, so if we're going to need something like this. Sure. See, that's not how pointer type works. Pointer type works a little differently. So if type compare, we basically just should say if expression type, we basically switch on the cast type, so let's keep that. If pointer in direction is greater than 0, reinterpret kind of typecast, pointer to pointer. To do, set result type. To do, ensure cast type base type of pointer is small enough to fit into expression type. Is this correct? Ensure cast type base type of pointer is small enough to fit into the expression return type. That does make sense. Okay. Sirraide says, Codegen for casts is actually pretty simple in my experience. That's good. The front end would basically just generate a sext, zext trunk depending on the types. Exactly. And a pointer-to-pointer cast would just be a no-op. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, I don't think this type of typecast should honestly, like, even make it to Codegen. I think this should be removed. Right? Like what we're talking about here, these two cases should definitely just remove the typecast from the tree. It should be handled and done. The child of the expression should just move up. But that's definitely something for the future, once we add a parent node and have maybe a better way. We can have an API like remove from, right? So all we'll have to do is like give a parent. Yeah, all we'll have to do is give a parent and then the actual pointer to the node we'd like to remove, and hopefully it can remove it for us entirely. And we'll just have a little API like that, so we can say, if this, remove, break. If this, remove, break, etc. Yeah, sure. Set result type to cast type. Yeah. Otherwise, if it's not a pointer, right, that's a big issue. So if the cast type is an int type, also this means we'd go byte to integer, like this. I did this backwards, that's my bad. Sirraide, I'm really happy that you have experience doing typecasting Codegen, because that's actually something that scares me so much. So it's good to see that maybe I won't be so alone in figuring that out. So effectively, expression result type, its value should be converted into the cast type. Sirraide says, it's fine, honestly. Hey. Okay, so what do we do? I think these should be break, maybe? We'll keep it like this for now. And we'll think about what to actually do here. Do we actually need to do anything? I don't know if this may be part of the code gen. Sirraide says, I had the same problem with operators before I learned how to do operator precedence parsing properly. I was always scared of that at first, even though it's actually really simple. Nice. Okay, well hopefully this is similar for me. So is it true that we don't actually need to handle anything here? All we have to do is set result to cast type if it's valid, right? So these just effectively catch all the valid cases. Even if you add unary operators and write associative operators, it's like 50 lines of code at most. Yeah, it's actually so simple once you figure it out. Like, oh, you just build the AST differently based on what happens. You either take the entire result or just the last result, right? And then it's like, oh, easy, easy. Okay, so byte into integer is only true in a certain scenario, no? This would be if type compare. Okay, so this is we're gonna need ands here. So this is going to be check. So this is byte to integer. So let's compare them in that order then. We'll compare the cast type to the integer, and we'll compare our expression type to byte. And effectively, that's allowed. Right? Yeah. This is starting to make sense. So if it's a byte type and we type compare our expression type into an integer, which is int type, I don't see why these can't be like static defined as extern in parser.h or something. That may not be a bad idea. I'm not sure though. We may just want a custom data structure, like even just a node that stores all of our built-in types so that we can just loop over them. I'd probably make them static. Yeah. I wish you could... Okay, so the main thing that is the problem with me... Why are you a problem? Not a compile time constant. Okay. I don't care enough. We could do static node int type, right? And we can do int type dot type equals node type symbol. Int type dot value dot symbol equals or dupe byte rough. I guess we could just use byte since we're never going to deallocate these. Can we use addresses of static? That should be fine. Okay, so now in source/codegen.c, there's this thing here, so we need to do this and then add our case and break and say error prep error to do handle cast typecast node in Codegen backend in Codegen frontend. Hey. Return error. Sure. To do not implemented. Perfect. Handle typecast node in Codegen frontend. How beautiful. Okay, so we need to set result type no matter what. So set result type to cast type. Okay, that should be all that needs. Okay. So now the type checker knows that a cast has a result type of the cast type. This should probably be done very early on. Right? Expression will always be the casted to type. Looks pretty good. A label can, okay. Stuck it. There it is, handle typecast node in Codegen frontend. So you can see that we now have a typecast node of integer to integer, which again should remove itself eventually. I guess we could, I wonder if during parsing we can tell this. No, during parsing we don't know the return type of the expression. RIP. Yep. I wonder if it would be worth it to like have an enum with all of the valid typecasts. Does this make any sense? Then we could just set the value equal to this thing. And then in Codegen, we don't have to compare all the types again. We can just use this enum. I think that makes sense. I think that makes more sense than whatever we did before. Or at least, not whatever we did before, but at least makes more sense than doing all these type comparisons in Codegen. That seems like the wrong thing to do. And then in Codegen, we could just say valid casts max. And we can assert this. I know this isn't going to be able to go here, but I think this is to do move somewhere where Codegen can also access. Pointer to pointer, bigger to smaller, smaller to bigger. Same size, signed unsigned, blah blah. 5, pointer to int, treat the pointer as an unsigned integer of the same size. Anything else is basically an error. Sirraide says, I think this should be it. You're exactly right, Sirraide. Do you think these valid casts are should be handled at all? Like, do you think this is how we should do it, or should we just redo the type comparison? Because I think we can just slide this this enum as a value of the actual typecast expression, or the typecast node, right? We can just say typecast nodes during Codegen are expected to have a value of the actual thing. Then this will be invalid typecast, something like that. So typecasting is just a case distinction. So you're saying that instead of having integer to byte, blah, 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 what we should have is like smaller to larger? Is that what you're saying? Larger to smaller? I know we could call these like truncate and different things. Is this what you're saying? Reinterpret? Sirraide says yeah, essentially. Okay, I'm getting you now. So we have an invalid, smaller to larger. So we're just going to call this typecasts. Invalid typecast. Smaller to larger. Yeah, we'll just keep that implicit. So smaller to larger, larger to smaller. Reinterpret, which is pointer to pointer. Right? So let's keep pointer to pointer at the top. That's our simplest. We have bigger to smaller, which is truncate. We have smaller to larger. Smaller signed to larger and smaller unsigned to larger are different. I enum typecasts sign. We do something like this. One. How do I do this? Would that make any sense? That would allow us to have like a whole 4 bytes of an integer here. So we couldn't do that quite. It'd have to be smaller. But we could basically do this and then do OR, right? Yeah, we should probably just have it be a separate thing. The sign of the larger value should be irrelevant. Okay. So larger to smaller signed, larger to smaller unsigned, smaller signed to larger, smaller unsigned to larger. Is this what we need? It only matters for smaller to larger casts. That's a good point because truncations don't actually do sign extension. So smaller to larger, we have to do sign extension or 0 extension. So this is like 0 extension. This is sign extension. This is truncation. Reinterpret. And what else did you say? You said there are cases pointer to pointer, bigger to smaller, smaller to bigger, signed unsigned, same size, signed unsigned, pointer to integer. I don't think that's very unsafe. We're not going to allow for that. That's what our array indices are for. So I don't think that's a valid typecast in our case. So byte integer. Smaller signed to larger. Integer to byte. Larger to smaller. What if you want to print the address of a pointer? What do you mean? Then you just use printf. I'm confused. What's wrong with printf? An external call. You're going to need an external call anyways, right? To call the C library. So you're going to have like printf external something. That's the only example I can think of right now that does pointer integer conversions. What if you want to print the address of a pointer? You can just print the address of a pointer anyway. Because on the low level, accessing a pointer is the same as accessing the value of the pointer, right? Not like dereferencing and reading the memory at the value of the pointer. But the value of the pointer is the memory address. There aren't many cases of pointer int conversions that are that useful. It's true. It's mostly for pointer arithmetic, which we don't really want to support. Or like making an OS when you're doing a heap header or something like that. So byte type to any other type is going to be smaller signed to larger. Do we need equal? I think we can just use smaller signed to larger, whether they're equal or not, right? Because I think integer to integer will never be needed. But like, so this could be smaller or equal, unsigned to larger, right? I think that's fine. Am I not making any sense? I think that's fine. I think we'll just imply it. Unless you want to do stuff like using the lower higher bits of pointers for flags. Oh god. Pointer to pointer and same size or no ops, yeah. Okie doke. So we'll just do pointer to pointer. Yeah, we'll just do same. That'll be our first one. Same. Right? So then we can just put this up here. I guess we don't need to. Currently, we don't have any unsigned or signed integers. So we can just use same. Because even unsigned to signed integer shouldn't matter. If they're the same size, it's just going to be a bit move. Yeah. Yeah. And basically any other case would be an error. Sirraide says, that also includes stuff like U32, I32, also a no-op. Exactly. And basically any other case would be an error. Yep. So we have byte to integer to byte. We have like integer to integer, where they're the same. Then we have pointer to pointer. So first of all, we should say what? If they're equal, just break. So let's move all this into a single thing. Also, I totally forgot to make one of these integer for int type. My bad. Right, so we're just going to move these here. Now we're going to move them even up further. And then this is going to say if cast type, expression type are equal, then just say expression value integer equals same. Typecast, same size. I should probably add typecast as something to this, right? Okay, so like that. Okay. Could probably have like TC as a prefix instead of typecast the whole word, but I really don't matter. I really don't matter. I really don't mind. Yikes. So effectively, okay. Oops. Expression type, pointer and direction is greater than 0. So if both the cast type and expression type are pointers, then we're just going to say, all right, it's something else. Should we also make sure the pointer in direction matches? I think we should. So maybe we should just say is greater than 0 and does not equal each other. And does equal each other. So in the case that they're not 0 and they are equal, then this means that all we have to do is compare the base types to these pointers and ensure the sizes are proper. And then that's an allowed reinterpret. So to do, ensure cast type base type of pointer, yep, is small enough to fit into expression result type. That's exactly what we want. So pointer to pointer, the reason I just did that, in case you're curious, if we have an integer, pointer to an integer, right? And then a pointer to an integer, we don't want to allow to casting a pointer to an integer to a pointer to an integer. Because that means when we dereference this pointer, we'll get the 8-byte integer at this memory address, which is actually a pointer and not an integer, so you can see why that is a type error, because those types do not actually match up. We want it where when you dereference the right-hand side, you get a chunk of memory that is guaranteed to be valid. All right. Else if type compare, blah. So could I do this differently? So if they're pointers, do that thing, right? If they're not a pointer, let's say if it's a byte, do I even care if it's a byte? Right? I'd think this may not be the right syntax. I may need a more general case. So if it's not a pointer reinterpret, then we must compare size of types and set cast integer value to typecast's enum. We also have to make sure they're not complex types and that they're base types, which is why I was thinking we need to do this. But instead of handling each specific case, we just need to handle the case where there are different sizes of thing. Is this making any sense? So we want a byte pointer to be able to be made from an integer pointer, and vice versa. So we could basically just say else, like that. Ooh, check out the Discord. Made a simple Lisp compiler and IR evaluator in OCaml. Well, that's pretty pog. Verbose 1 make Ocamelopt Archmage 69. Awesome. This is very cool. Is it open source? I'm very curious, Azur1s. I guess you are probably not watching, but that's very cool. Very cool. Okay, I gotta stop streaming soon. I meant to do a short stream today, and I did not. Get size of cast type and expression type. Or typecast. To determine kind of typecast. Sure. We'll say, effectively, cast kind invalid. So the idea, I guess we're gonna have to put this here. And I think we're no longer gonna need this, so we're gonna just comment that out. And yeah. Same size. We'll just call it same. I think that's fine. And then this is going to be, sure. If they're the same, just break. It really doesn't matter what is going on there. Okay, then we have yeah, like that. So then this is going to be cast kind equals pointer to pointer. I think this is starting to make sense. And then at the end here, you can say expression value integer equals cast kind. Okay. So this is going to be, I'm just going to do a size t. Cast size and expression type size. Expression. Okay. So we're going to use, okay, here's what we're going to do. Cast type info. Expression type info. Parse get type. Using what ID? So we're looking for the type size of the cast type. And we'd like to write into here. Okay. Not sure if this makes any sense. And effectively, we're also going to need to allocate and free these. Not sure why that went so wrong. And that's after setting cast type size to cast type info children integer. Is this how this works? Pretty sure that's how this works. Yep, expression. Okay, so with these sizes, we're going to say if cast type size is greater than, well, first we'll handle equal. It's equal to expression type size. And we'll say cast kind equals typecast same size. Easy money, right? Why are you mad? It's because it's called same. Okay, so else, if the size is greater than, cast kind is going to equal to, so the cast type size is greater, so this is smaller to larger. And then we're effectively going to say if expression type is signed or unsigned. So we need something. Char expression signed equals 0. To do, set expression signed to 1 if expression is of sign type. Good enough for me. And then this is basically going to be if expression signed. And we may only ever need this here. So we can move probably all of this into there. I know I'm saying a lot of here and there. Basically, we don't need to calculate whether an expression is a signed type or not, unless we're doing a smaller to larger conversion. Okay. Also, I missed a follow, DF my soul. Thank you for the follow 50 minutes ago. Sorry, it says, all right, I'm back. What did I miss? We're still doing type checking. Effectively, instead of doing exact comparisons between byte and int type and stuff like that, we now just get the size of the two types that we are trying to cast from and to, and then compare their size and set the thing based on that. Right? Hopefully that's making any amount of sense. That went in the wrong place. Sorry, it says that's good. Nice. I'm glad. So effectively now, else if cast type size is greater than expression type size, cast kind is equal to typecast smaller to larger, right? Did I get this backwards? No, I just got this comparison backwards. Smaller than. Which means that we're going to do a larger to smaller, which is going to be a truncation. The size is also what we'll be passing to the back end to do the sign extension, zero extension truncation. What will we be passing? The size? This type size? So we're going to need this type size, is what you're saying, in order to figure out what to actually do. What you're saying is all of this is useless, and all of this should be done in Codegen and not type checking, is effectively what you're saying. Because every case is handled here. So we basically just have to ensure that the types are of proper, like are one of the expected types, right? Instead of determining how to handle typecast, yep, type checking only needs to check if the cast is valid, which is exactly, instead of determining, so to do, this should move to Codegen. .c. Codegen can handle the different cases. Exactly. So we're going to remove this little enum. Okay. We're going to get rid of this idea of having the integer be set. We're basically just going to say, if it's valid, make it through. If it's not valid, don't make it through. So we're going to need these again. Whoops. Okay. And effectively, it can be a reinterpret typecast in which case we do nothing, right? Break again. So we can just break here. I know. So instead of setting the value integer or the cast kind like here, this should move to codegen.c. So we'll just separate that out into a little comment here. We'll steal this. Do one of these. No, we don't need this. We just need this. This should move to codegen.c. That's why I kept getting confused. So a valid typecast means that both expression and cast type must be what? So what's expression type? Shouldn't we type check expression into expression? Okay, we do. Just making sure. And if you're going to put it in codegen.c, we won't even need the enum because we can just call sign extend, zero extend, truncate directly. True. So this will be no operation. Sign extend, zero extend. And then this is going to be truncate. Beautiful. So this will be the code gen. It is much simpler than I thought it would be. You are correct. Must be base types. So again, we're going to say these are our base types. So getting the type size is only needed in CodeGen. Basically, if it's not a pointer reinterpret, ensure both, basically explain this. Ensure both expression and cast type must, I'll just say are, base types. Good enough for me. Also, here we have a valid use case for struct literals. Where? If you use a struct literal to initialize the static nodes. That's true. We could. Then they're only going to be initialized once. You're correct. More efficient. I'll listen to you. See, when there's a reason, it makes sense. Can we do this, by the way? Can you have a space there? Is that allowed? I don't know if I like it. We'll do no space. You might have to do dot value dot symbol like that. I'll believe you. Let's try both. Yeah, we were able to build it. It looks like it's fine. You can put a space there, yes. Nice. Still don't know if I like it. I want it to be consistent like these, but it doesn't feel right. We'll keep it. I don't know. So if cast type does not, right, so if type compare between cast type and int type Why are you mad? Oh, and int type. Right? If not this. As far as I know, there are only 2 cases in the grammar where C is whitespace sensitive. Literal prefixes and suffixes, so like 0, ULL, or stuff like that. And also macro function definitions. Oh, I hate that so much. So when you define a macro, you can't put a space here. Otherwise, it's a parenthesis in the macro. This is a macro with a function like macro. This is a regular macro. It's so annoying. But yep, that's cool that there's only 2 spaces that are whitespace sensitive in all of the syntax. Very cool. If not type, compare int type or byte type. Let's say error prep, error type, invalid typecast. Cast type must be a base type. I mean, it's fine. We could make a helper that says, like, is base type, but I'm not sure if that's useful for us right now. I mean, it is useful, but I'm not sure if it's needed. To do extract is base type helper function. Expression type must be a base type. Because we've already handled pointers dealing with each other. So this is just ensuring that if it's not a reinterpret from pointer to pointer, then the types must be a big deal. So we're now getting a typecast integer, integer 5. So let's try and do an invalid typecast to a pointer to an integer. Mismatch types, invalid typecast. Cast type must be a base type. That's not correct. Okay, so we have to ensure that the pointer and direction matches if the cast type isn't 0. Basically, we're saying if we are casting to a pointer, ensure that the expression type has the same amount of pointer and direction. I really have to pee. I might have to be right back. Sirraide says, I usually have an is primitive function or something like that, but I also usually have 10 different integer types. Lol. Lol. Yeah, that's not our... I mean, we're going to have a few eventually, but I think integer and byte are going to be plenty to cover most use cases. Okay. So that's going to be a little complicated. To do is going to be get base type, no pointer and direction. I guess the base type just has, it is this. So we can still just get the type of it. But we have to set a pointer. Basically, create copies, set pointer and direction to 0, get size of type. As long as size of cast type is smaller or equal to size of expression type, we good, fam. How's that? I think this makes some amount of sense. Sirraide says, in my experience, even though the general principle behind both casting and pointer arithmetic is rather simple, implementing either in code always causes me an unreasonable amount of headaches. Basically, I find it very annoying to implement, lol. Yeah, it's not the best. It's definitely one of the more complicated type checking scenarios that we ever do. Like it's on up there with a function call, which is very complicated to type check. It's not like a reassignment where it's like, does left equal right? Cool. It's like, oh, there's a lot of semantics that go into this. So effectively, we have to do this. I am going to have to pee, otherwise I will make a mess in this chair. We should probably have some way to assert the amount of base types. This is a good start. This is a good start. We could/should remove this cast node if the cast type and return type of expression are the same. Yeah, definitely should do that. In any case, okay. I'm sorry. I know I have very little viewers, but stick around, please. I'll be right back. Very small break. Very small break. 2 minutes. Time me. It's 49 now. I'll be back. Good luck. Did I make it? Chat, did I make it? Oh, I did make it. Minute 40. Not bad. Not bad. I'm back, everybody. I'm here. Don't leave. Don't go away. I am here. We still have the same amount of viewers, so shout out to all you viewers. You're hog for sticking around. Thank you. Okay. Sorry, it says less than 2 minutes. You lied to us. No! Lamau. So, cast type must be a base type. So why is this happening? Okay, effectively we want to generate an error if this isn't the case. And this is the case. And basically we're going to have a type error and say pointer to pointer cast must maintain pointer indirection level. That makes some amount of sense. So we're going to do an not equal and invert this a little bit. That way we can move all this outside of this control flow. Perfect. Okay. Sirraide says, also, before I forget about it again, I remember another reason why adding an IR would make things more complicated. Nice. Register allocation for an SSA IR is less than simple, yet it's very not simple. I once watched a 40-minute talk about how Clang does register allocation. Oh no. And that was just a high-level overview. Lamau. That sounds about right, though. Clang is so complicated, man. I'm still not sure how that thing exists and works. So the code that got the size of the types and everything, we're gonna need that here. Hope, is that in my kill ring? Can we hope? Can we hope? Is it in here? Hey, it's in there. Pog. Legendary. If expression type size is greater than the cast type size, it's an error. Ensure cast type base type, right? So we're gonna have to say to do use cast type base type copy without pointer and direction. With, I think we just want one level less of pointer and direction. I don't even know. So basically, we're going to ensure that they're the same. And once they are the same, we want to ensure that the base type that they point to is the same. Or at least is valid. So yeah, we are going to need to use the copy without pointer and direction. So this is going to be cast type base. We could call it like no putter. Equals node allocate. And then like that. Is this dumb? I don't know. Oh boy. Sirraide says GCC is almost worse in terms of the code base. CP parser has a casual 45,000 lines of code. Oh, sorry, my bad. It's gcc/cp/parser.cc. If you don't believe me, oh, I believe you. It's complicated. Also, that link, Twitch mutilated that link. It does not work. But Sirraide, you are right that GCC and Clang are both very much complicated. I feel like GCC I can grasp my head around what they're doing. There are some things like that where it's like, oh, it's a really big file. But to be fair, parsing is fairly complicated of the languages that they are parsing. Because CC, parser.cc is the C parser, right? And I'm pretty sure C has very complicated parsing syntax with all of its type keywords and yeah, I wouldn't want to have C++. Oh no. And this is going to say invalid typecast. Invalid reinterpret typecast. Base type of cast type must be large enough this doesn't matter. We're checking the wrong thing here, right? So effectively, what are we saying? Cast type base type of pointer is small enough to fit into result type. So we want to make sure cast type is less than or equal to expression type size. I think that makes sense. So the inverse of this, less than or equal, is greater than. So I did have it right. I'm psyching myself out. Sirraide says worse, it's the C++ parser. That's much worse. Yeah, C++ with all its templating and generics is not something I would ever want to create a parser for. It sounds horrible, but angle brackets alone. Base type of cast type must be smaller or equal to expression type. Oh, I feel like I'm still getting this wrong. So if expression type size... Okay. I think this is backwards. Parsing C++ also requires full const expression evaluation. Oh lord, that's true. So let's say we have a, which is an integer equal to like 69, that's 8 bytes. A is an 8-byte integer. Then we want B, which is a byte, equal to 69. We'll have it equal 42. B is 1 byte. B is a 1-byte integer. So then pointer A is an integer pointer equal to 69. Pointer B, I guess that won't work, equal to the address of A, is a byte pointer equal to the address of B. And here's the thing. We would like to allow... This wouldn't work. It would generate a type error. So what we should allow for is converting the byte pointer into an integer pointer. See, this should not be allowed. So our casting type, right, our casting base type size being larger than this base type size, right? So if cast type size is larger than the expression type size, then this isn't allowed because trying to dereference this pointer A would read 8 bytes from this pointer, but there is only 1 byte allocated to it. Effectively, this is the case. Okay. The following should trigger a type error as pointer B does not contain enough memory to store an 8-byte integer. Sirraide says, we don't need to check reinterpret cast at all, or I'm not sure we need to check reinterpret cast at all. We don't need to, you're correct. The point of reinterpret casts is that the programmer is telling the compiler, I know better than you what the type of this is. Sorta. We still want to... Doing this little type check here ensures that the it's memory safe. You can never have a memory unsafe typecast in this way, which I think is worth it. I think we should have a way to have a forced typecast that like doesn't do any of this checking. Or maybe we'll have a different reinterpret syntax. I don't even know, honestly. But I think for now, this is the way we want to do it. And eventually, I think we're going to allow for arrays to be typecast, but I'm not sure how that's going to work. The base type, complex type thing may fall apart in that scenario. So this cast would be like a static cast in C++? Fair enough. Not exactly, but sort of. Yes. I would say yes, based on what you're asking, though. It's just this wouldn't be allowed. So you can't say a pointer to a byte is now a pointer to an integer because an integer is larger than a byte. Sirraide says sorta, yeah. Yeah. I think we're getting it. It's basically, it would be a static cast of pointers. But this is only in the pointer scenario. In the other scenarios, it's not like that. Okay. Pointer to pointer cast must maintain pointer and direction level. Perfect. So now we can't have that, so we could have an integer, oh god, equal to that. This should be fine. Yep, we got all the way to Codegen. This shouldn't work. Yep, does not work. This should not work. Expression type must be a base type. Okay, so in the case that if pointer and direction is greater than 0, if it's not greater than 0, then what should we say? So if it's not greater than 0, then this shouldn't be greater than 0 either. So else, we'll say else if. What's greater than 0? So basically if our expression type, pointer and direction, is greater than 0, create an error. Cannot cast a pointer expression, cannot cast a pointer into a non-pointer. That's just effectively what this will say for now. Error type, cannot invalid typecast. Cannot convert pointer, cannot cast pointer to non-pointer type. Return error. This we could just break. Sirraide says, you know, you could just make that comment the error message. You're right. Okay. Cannot cast pointer to non-pointer type. Beautiful. We don't have byte yet, so type is not found in environment of byte. Not bad, not bad. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. We've done everything but Codegen, I'm pretty sure. So, done. We'll just remove the to-do. Use cast type copy without pointer and direction. We get size of base type. It makes some sense. Use type copy without pointer, yeah. Okay. And then this should move to codegen.c. We're doing pretty good. Right? Okay. So if we do this, we're going to need the size of the things. That's true. So we're going to need this little bitty again. Also, before we implement Codegen for 8-bit integers, as I mentioned, I have some more things I'd like to change. That'll basically be part 2 of that big PR. Perfect. So should I make this a stub, basically? Should I stop Codegen right now? And then I can commit this and you can merge it into your PR, hopefully. Have you already started, is my question. Should I not touch codegen.c at all and just leave it unchanged? And then maybe tomorrow or the next time I'm able to stream, then we can go through and implement it. Sorry, it says I haven't started yet. Okay, so I'm going to stub this out, but we're not actually going to implement much, if that makes sense. We're going to keep all these to do sign extend. We're just going to get the actual size and stuff. We have to use the actual no pointer versions also. Look at me being a dummy. What happened? A label can only be part of a statement. Oh, that's in the Codegen I just changed. I was like, what? So effectively, cast type and expression type aren't a thing yet either. Not here, here. Something like this is what we're going to need. Why are we mad? So, to do, somehow avoid type checking twice. This is only needed to get result type of expression. The first statement after a label can't be a declaration. That's what it's complaining about. I think that's the stupidest rule in C. Is there a reason? What is the reason? Is there like a low-level implementation reason? Or is it just for funsies that they don't let you do it? The easiest way to solve that is to just put a semicolon after the colon. That's annoying. You can just put a semicolon there and it works as well. Interesting. Okay. I know we can also put braces around the whole thing. So we don't have context or context to enter. How do we do this? So during Codegen, we need the type size. We also do this during a variable declaration because we have to allocate, right? So the size in bytes, how do we get it? We use parse get type on temp node. So effectively, we need the type ID. I think the reason is probably historical, but it might have something to do with the fact that you can't use goto to jump past a declaration. I still don't get why that's a thing, though. You're probably right, it's historical or traditional or whatever. So with a variable declaration, we can use the data we have to get its type. From our Codegen context, is that what this is? This is our... See, we should have our context and context to enter, should we not? Even in Codegen. They're just probably somewhere else. Next child context, that's what it's called. That's why I'm so confused. I'm like, we named it something else, but we still have it. So the expression is what? The expression, yes, this is all correct. And effectively, we get the size. We get... Okay. We get the size of these. Sirraide, you can't use goto to jump past a declaration because it would bypass the variable declaration but still allow you to use the variable. So you'd be using a variable without ever declaring or allocating it. Okay, I see the point of that. I see the point of that. So if you never implemented goto, everything would be fine? Because then the only way to jump between places would be to effectively use a... the only way to jump between places would be to create a new stack frame and a new scope where new variables can be allocated and stuff, right? I guess that's the idea. A case label is also a label. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. So that's also a goto. So it doesn't want to jump over a declaration from like here to here. But each case... So the only problem is that each case doesn't have its own... The problem is that each case does not have its own scope. So if each of these cases had their own scope, everything would be fine. All right. I'm starting to get it now. No operation. Is there a better way to do no operation? I guess if they are equal, neither of these will ever happen, right? So we just never need to check for this. Perfect. Can just remove that whole branch. Okay. So now we have all our type sizes. So once you... I think I want to wait for you to do your byte stuff before we handle any actual codegen, sign extend, zero extend, truncate. That way I don't touch all the backend that you are about to change. Sirraide says that's the problem. Exactly, a case label doesn't open a scope. You need to put a return in the no-op branch, otherwise it'll return an error that a moment. Either that or break. That's a good point. This is only a to-do, though. This is every time, so even these will return an error at this moment. If there's no error set, we should just fall through return error, which will be okay, which will be no error, and we should be okay. So after we remove this to-do, oh, I see, never mind then. Perfect. So what actually we're going to do is this then, because there's no reason to have that be unclear. Handle typecast sign extension in Codegen backend. How's that? Handle typecast 0 extension. Handle typecast truncation. I usually do assert false not implemented for to-dos because again the assert macro tells you the line and file and function. True. So for to-dos here, then I think what we should do is just make error to-do based on, like printing errors can also just be based on assert. I think that's fine. It's not needed, or we could just do a similar thing. Also, I mentioned that earlier. Do you want me to implement panic in terms of assert for the same reason? Yeah, I think that's totally cool. Even if we want to insert errors in terms of assert, right? So currently we print errors like this, but I guess there's no reason we can't do something like this. So I think when we call an error, we could just make it a macro, right? That calls assert. It'd have to be a macro, but it would work. I think errors during compilation should be different, or rather parse errors at least. That would allow us to make a language server much easier, yeah. Because those should also report the line in the source code where the error occurred. Good luck! No, that's definitely doable. It's just going to require our parsing state to grow. All right. Handle typecast truncation in Codegen platform.c, 0 extension, sign extension. You don't even really need to return this. You can just fall through break, and I guess we might hit this assert, which would be confusing. Nope, we don't. In fact, we didn't do anything. So I guess we might be handling the case where they're the same size right now, right? Let me just check. Yep. Okay. So we're doing it. We are here. And we are actually very close. This is very cool. I think assert, panic, and to do, if we want a macro for that being implemented in terms of assert, is fine, because in those cases, you want to abort the program. I usually have an unreachable that does something similar, but parse errors are different because they're often due to the user making a mistake, whereas an assertion failing is more like a compiler bug. I get you. I get you. So let's just implement error to do then. Like we could just do something like to do error, right? I guess we could just have like to do error. A little macro. And then this could be implemented in terms of assert. Or we could just really use assert to do, right? This is totally fine. Or just to do ... Yeah, that's a good one. That would be good. Something like that is probably the way we want to move. That way we can just say to do blah blah blah. And it would tell you where to do it. That's not bad. That's not bad. So basically we would have, I'm just going to see if I can do this. In error H. Yep. Where's assert? Here it is. So define to do message. And this is basically, we're just going to do while. Okay. And effectively, we just want to call assert with message. So we probably can just do this even. Right? Something like that. Is this fine? I think this is fine. You can also just do define to do assert false VARgs. Okay, let's try it. Yeah, so that should expand to our arguments. And then, yeah, this should make sense. That way you can use it like printf. Exactly, with our variable amount of arguments. Lots of warnings. Ooh boy. Can only appear in the expansion of a C99 variadic macro. That's right. I need that now. So VARgs, we're going to need basically ... here. Is that correct? Yeah, to do ... That's what I just figured out. I was like, wait, it's not right. Too many warnings. All right, that's much better. So now let's try and use it here and just make sure that it works. Alrighty. Same thing for unreachable and panic. True. Panic. Unreachable. I don't think that's too insane. Does this make any sense? We could also just have assert. I guess this doesn't help much, does it? Yeah, we'll just have assert with 0. Okay, so now let's test unreachable. Do not reach me. You could also do hashtag define panic message like this. Assert panic message via args or something like that. Nice. So for unreachable, we'll just say unreachable. I think that's fine. But for panic, so what you suggested is message followed by the rest of that, followed by panic. I think that's okay. And then this should be... Is that okay? So panic must have a message. To do doesn't actually require a message. And unreachable doesn't require anything. Sirraide says, sure, yeah, sure. Who would I do wrong? Macro unreachable past one arguments takes 0. Perfect. Assertion failed. In file codegen.c 625. In function codegen expression message unreachable. Pretty good. So we have unreachable now. We have to do. Do this thing here right now. Perfect. Do this thing. Message to do. Do this thing here right now. That's okay. So it says, I usually do something like this. I'm not sure if you're about to show me something or you're saying this is what you usually do. But either way, I think it's great. Panic. My panicky message. What's the problem? An expansion of panic. An expansion of assert. Expected expression before bleh. What? Sirraide says, no, this is what I usually do. Arusia says, something like this. I can't tell if you're screwing with me or not. So what's the error message? It says panic isn't happy because why? Expected expression. You can't put parentheses around assert. You can't. Because do while is not an expression. I see. That's not the issue, though. Those were my response to the issue. Expected expression before bleh token. Nah, I mean... says codegen expression, an expansion of macro assert, an expansion of macro panic. What's the solution? Maybe just do define panic ... assert 0 panic. Like that? Without the message argument. I mean, that's not that's not what it's complaining about. It says, hey, this VA args thing is not working. I don't know why, but it is not. Maybe we have to do the same thing like that. Nope. Oh, Jesus. Thank you, Sirraide. You need to remove the message argument. I was like, oh, that's true. Message panic with nothing. Nearly. Oh. Okay, we did it. Hooray. So we're going to do panic. Sorry, it says no comma before VA args. Yeah, we did it. It took us a little bit, but we did it. Look at us. My panicky message. Beautiful stuff. Okay. So currently we just have an assignment to 69. The rest are just the same, so nothing actually happens. The problem is that during code gen, this does have to return something. The question is, do we modify or do we create a new? I guess we have to create a new value. So during code gen, we're going to have to create a new value for this. So effectively, all of these functions will return the value that they sign extend. So it'll be like register descriptor. For now, this is how it works. We'll say register descriptor, probably just expression result register, right? Is equal to codegen sign extend. Does that make any sense? I think that makes sense. Yeah, they'll return a register descriptor for now. Also, any thoughts on using bool true false from standard bool.h instead of char10? We won't do it. Those are my thoughts. If C gains like booleans as a built-in type, I'll do it. But just having, I don't think it's necessary. It doesn't change anything, actually. Alrighty. That's actually going to be it for today. I am very late, and I should have done mucho stuff today that I have not. So I'm going to try and beg for forgiveness for all the people that are going to demand I do things. And let's hope. Let us hope that it goes well today. I had a great time coding today. We got so much done. And one last thing. Do you want to keep calling it register descriptor, or should we switch to something like value? We should only switch to value if we make it a new actual value. So if we implement a new CodeGen backend and it requires things that aren't registers, then I think we should go through and change it. But until then, I think register descriptor is just fine. Yeah, that doesn't matter. Okay, so we're going to say mockup type checking. Perfect. So typecasting is done nearly. I guess we're not going to be able to do these first. My bad. We're going to have to do error.cnh. All right, all right. So now error.h includes these new macros. And we will say errors, new to do, panic, and unreachable macros. Good enough. Based on assert. All of these are based on assert and are meant for developers. I don't know. And are meant for developers. Yeah, why not? Not the end user. Hey, parser. Sirraide says, I'm just used to working with LLVM, so I tend to prefer terminology sometimes from LLVM. Yeah, that makes sense. I understand it. But yeah, we're going to stick with what we got until we want to actually switch it. And okay. Perfect. We'll say Control X8. Typecasting. Woohoo! typecasting everything but Codegen. Good enough. Okay, we're gonna push these bad boys. Could you add a casting example to the repo so I can test it? Well, currently there is like one that's valid. We don't have the byte type implemented yet, so that makes it difficult. Also, does that mean byte is a type now? No, we haven't defined it. So define type should be in here somewhere. See, we only have the integer type. To do byte type. So yeah, we still need the actual byte type implemented. And that's definitely going to be something that we're going to have to deal with here. But all we're going to have to do is say this little ditty again, right? Define a type of byte, which is the size of one type, and give it a new node type. So we're going to have to deal with a new node type everywhere. And then we're just going to have to figure out how to use it, right? But once we have this byte type, it is going to be, I think, a cascade of issues are going to show themselves to us. If you want, I can try and add it now, but I don't think, yeah, I don't have time. I can't, I'm sorry. I can add an example, right, of stuff that should work. Typecasting that should work. A is a byte equal to 69, right? And then B is an integer equal to integer of A, right? C, an integer equal to, well, we'll say C is a byte equal to the integer of A plus 4. And then that should all be a byte, but we can't actually do that because we don't have a operator precedence stack for parentheses yet. So currently we can't do that. We're basically going to say B is an integer, which can be converted from a byte. C is a byte, which can be converted from an integer. So this would be truncation. This would be sign extend. That's just needed. And 0 extend we don't have yet because we don't have any unsigned types. Do you want me to, I can commit this file. I don't mind if it helps you at all. Also, we could have like D, which is an integer equal to the integer of 4 or 69. So this would be same size cast, no operation. Reinterpret cast, like pointer to pointer. So we should be able to have like pointer A, which is an integer pointer equal to and A, I guess and B, pointer B. Then we'll have pointer B byte, which is a byte pointer, which can equal a byte pointer from pointer B. Sirraide says, if we don't have bytes yet, then it doesn't really matter to me, I think. Perfect. Perfect. So yeah, we'll just keep it separate then. That'll be the simplest. We still have our nested calls and everything. We should think about having typecasting example be committed, but we're going to wait until it actually can be tested and works in Codegen. Woo! Yeah! Thank you everybody so much for watching. Check out the Twitch About section down below. There is the link to the Discord where we can get announcements every time I go live, discuss generic things. Cartman can count as money, right? You can get code review or help on anything you're working on, share your progress. It's a ton of fun. There are already many people in here, and I recommend you join as well. Plus, if you ask for it, you can get a notification group. You can join the notification group and get notifications every time I go live. How bog is that? How bog is that? You'll never miss another live stream. On top of that, be sure to check out the YouTube /c/lenser, right? So you just go to www.youtube.com I guess youtube.com is one thing you have to remember. /c/Lenser, and what you'll get to, Lenser with no R, no underscore, you'll get to my page with all of my previous live streams ever, all right here. So if you want to check out all or any of the work we've done on this compiler, it's all available on the YouTube, and that's also in the Twitch About section down below. If you're on YouTube, go down and check out the Twitch, see if I'm live. It is in the YouTube description. As well, in the YouTube description and the Twitch About section, there is the PayPal donate button. Now, I do not have any other source of income, so I would greatly recommend that you donate. And if you do donate, you do leave a message. I will read it on stream as long as it's appropriate. And if you leave your name in that message, I'll even attribute that donation to you. For example, yesterday we had our most recent donation. Snarlferb gave us $10.80 and said, "I've been following your compiler series as best as I can, as not only is it a hefty, informative series, I find it so comprehensive and understandable, as your personality, voice, and coding style exude such an easy to understand ... It's actually just a dot. There's no more. I would read more if there was. But shout out to Snarlferb, aka Nick. You are the legend. Thank you so much for donating, and I appreciate that a great amount. You just bought me like 2 loaves of bread. Hopefully 2 loaves of bread, if they're not too expensive. Jesus. Sirraide says, yes, .YouTube, best top-level domain. True. But yeah, check out the YouTube, check out the Discord, check out the GitHub. Be sure to clone this compiler and build it for yourself. You can even make pull requests. We're accepting many pull requests, as you can obviously tell if you've seen today's video. So yeah, thank you. Thank you everybody so much for checking this out. Thank you everybody so much for joining, and let's do this again in the future sometime. Be sure to have some way to know when it happens again. Either check out the YouTube for the VODs, follow on Twitch to get notified from there, or check out the Discord to be absolutely notified every time I go live. Thank you so much, everybody. I love you all. Shout out to Sirraide for doing so much work on this amazing compiler. I'm pretty sure if we look at insights, he's done more work than me at this point, right? So, for sure, shout out Sirraide. You've basically made more of the compiler than me at this point, and it makes sense. You're very good at it, and I thank you for taking the time to work on this silly little project that we can work on together. In any case, that seems like the proper thing to end on. Thank you everybody so much for watching. I will greatly appreciate seeing you in the next video, in the next stream, in the next etc. Sirraide says, I think you still have more changes in terms of lines of code than me, lol. That's true. But when it comes to commit numbers, man, you passed. You passed. At least in the past 2 weeks. Or whatever. 1 week. See, in a month, it's probably different. Yeah, see, the past month, you're gaining on me, though. You're gaining on me. So good. What is it? Code frequency? That's lines of code? Ooh, it's crunching data. Oof. See, this is your pull request. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I really recommend it. It's a ton of fun. Be sure to check it out. And yeah, thanks everybody so much for watching. I love you all. Keep it real, and I'll see you very soon. Bye bye everybody. Bye.